Hello, team. I don't know how long the delay is. My apologies for being late. My meeting ran over. So my apologies for being late. I was having a chinwag I wasn't having a chinwag, I was having a meeting with my Cliterature person. So my apologies for that. How is everybody? How has your day been? I hope you had a wonderful birthday yesterday, Denise. Reading Lovely War, nice. Be reading The Diviners. I also want to have my tea. I need to eat something in this first sprint as well. Watching old sprints because I woke up today and was like, I refuse to adult today. This has been me today. I am absolutely shattered, so I apologize if these are low energy today. I have done a full day at work, my part-time job. So I've done a full 7 hours at work, and then I've come home. I've just had that meeting for 45 minutes, and now we've got sprints, and I'm knackered. I feel like I'm starting my second shift of the day. Reading House of Flame and Shadow. Nice. Oh, that's me letting you know I'm going to be late. But yay, it's Friday and it's the weekend, and I'm so excited. Decided to pick up Savage Lands. I hope you love it as well, Claire. Not really sure what to pick up. I'm torn between The Lady and the Orc and Corrupted Chaos. Ooh, I haven't read or heard any of any of those. Does anyone want to help out? I feel like I want to know about the Orc, honestly. Rubbish Day, dang. Starting Sunbringer by Hannah Kana. Hopefully that will help. Fingers crossed for you. Hello! Reading Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. I hope you enjoy it more than I did. Unfortunately, the writing style just wasn't for me. Hello, beautiful. How are you? I miss your face. Hello. Oh, hello, Theo. My meeting did go well. I am excited about the prospect of potentially having a new trip. So that is very exciting. I feel like I spent the last couple of weeks while I've been doing the surveys again, losing my freaking mind. I spent every single day, hours of every single day on Trover Trip's website, scrolling through their itineraries, trying to decide what to do. So that meeting was really good. It helped me get my head in order with everything, and it's now in my Trove Trip lady's hands, and she's going to email me with everything I need to move forward with some polls for you guys to pick maybe where we go. So I'm excited to hear the details of my Trove Trip too. Because right now they're still a little up in the air. We have a couple of trips we're looking at. We're going to try and narrow it down to 2, I think. And then I'm going to send some polls your guys' way. And hopefully we will pick a trip together, and hopefully we will get the chance to go on this one, which would be great. So fingers crossed for that. I have a really bad tension headache in my neck and the bottom half of my head. Does anybody know how I can help this? My neck is so sore. It's killing me. Hello, hoping to finish House of Flame and Shadow. Low energy is what I need. By low energy, I mean that I may have low energy, but it could mean that I am extra chaotic because I'm out here struggling. Also, on the basis of chaotic energy, because I came home today, my neighbours have this massive, huge monkey tree in their garden. It's like higher than our houses, and they've chopped it down while I've been at Andy's over the last few days. They did warn me a week or 2 ago that they were thinking about doing it, but I didn't know they were actually going to do it. This monkey tree is so fucking old, and they've chopped it down because it was getting too big, and to just cut it off at a certain point, it would have looked really weird. They took the whole thing down. I walked in the library and I was like, something's not right in this room. What is it? And then suddenly realised there was no giant monkey tree in the bay window next door. It was really bizarre. I feel a little bit sad about it. I've been staring at that tree for the last 12 years and now it's gone. Ruthless Vows. I'll be reading Feybound. I need your help to help me decide what to read today. I truly, honestly, if I'm being perfectly honest, my entire mood today was to come home from work, not do my meeting, not really do these sprints because of how I'm feeling, and just sit and binge watch some Drive to Survive because the new season's got up today. and go to bed because I'm so tired. But we're going to get at least some reading done today. I can't guarantee I will be on till quite late. I do apologise for that. I really wish I could. I'm really hoping that we're going to start at 3 p.m. tomorrow, but I'm really hoping that we'll go for a really long time into the evening tomorrow, and then same on Sunday, like for a long time on Sunday, because we're going to start at 12 p.m. my time on Sunday. So yeah, fingers crossed, but I'm going to need your help to pick a book for me in a minute. Currently on page 204 of 386. I'm love to finish it tonight, so here's being productive. Fingers crossed for you, Theo. Reading At First Sight by Olivia Dade. Liking it so far. Hello. Still reading Wolf Den because my book club meet is on Sunday and I need to finish it, so no romance for me. Fair. Reading Love Theoretically by Ali Hazelwood and hoping to get through it this evening. A lot this evening. Nice. Fucking head. Reading First Lie Wins and hoping to finish this weekend. Nice. It's funny because I'm putting screenshots of the comments. That made me tear up from my big video. Oh, I freaking love you, honestly. That video was so good. If you haven't seen Katie's Booktubers Favorites video, go watch it because it's really, really, really good. The entire production of it, the editing, production, just everything about it was entire perfection. It was so good. I can't get over how good it was. It was perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Rotate heat and ice on my neck. Oh, okay. Okay, I will try and do that in the first sprint because it's really, really hurting me. And as the night goes on, it's getting worse. So, yay. Yes, it is, Lynette. Oh, maybe you could put some Tiger Balm. I have the exact same thing right now. Also, 5 minutes of neck stretches. Dr. Joe on YouTube is good. Interesting. Okay, the options for me. I have just also, if anybody's read this, can you let me know if it's worth me continuing? I've just soft DNF'd You Again by Kay Goldbeck. I got to page 79 last night while Andy was on the PlayStation, and honestly, I was just bloody knackered, so I put the book down. But I also wasn't necessarily enjoying myself either. So I didn't get too far in. Granted, it went kind of quick, but I was expecting When Harry Met Sally. So I'm anticipating cozy, cute, friends to lovers type thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Meg Ryan on page. Cute, cozy, adorable, just perfection. And that's not what I'm getting. I'm not getting that. The guy, Josh, is stiff and not funny. I'm not attracted to him. And Ari is a little bit of a sex pest, which I don't have an issue with. But when she's not being a sex pest, she's hooked on drugs and alcohol. And I'm just not feeling these Meg Ryan vibes from her. Do you get what I mean? And I'm not feeling them from Josh either. So I don't know where they're supposed to be coming from. But this is not When Harry Met Sally, and I'm disappointed. And I'm not enjoying myself. So my thought process is to not waste any more time on this during the readathon. And for now, I'm soft DNFing it, but I need to know whether or not I should hard DNF this. Has anybody read it? Can you let me know? I know it was in the Goodreads Choice Awards as an option for romance, so it was quite highly thought of for that. But yeah, I'm just disappointed to say the least. So my options are Fae Band. I really would like to not leave this till Sunday to read because I need to read it. It's my Patreon buddy read for January, February, and the live show's on the 1st of Feb. So I would like to not leave this to the last minute if I can help it. But I'm also, because I'm low energy, I just don't know if I have it in me to start this today. So I also have Always Mine by Laura Pavlov, which is short. I have the audiobook for. And then I've also got Mile High by Liz Tomford, which I know is long, but I also have the audiobook for. So these are my options: Fae Bound, Always Mine, and Mile High. I need to finish as well Lights Out, but I'm 76% of the way through. So I will finish that. It's just not going to be today. The minute I open this and start reading, the minute I open this and start reading on here, it will be Lights Out for me. I will be asleep. That was quite funny and I'm quite proud of myself, honestly. Hoping to finish Butcher and Blackbird and read some of my book called Undulate. Nice. I'm also, because this was for my queer book, I'm thinking about picking up Katie's going to love this, but Killing Stalking Volume 3, I think, because it's queer. And I would like to replace my queer book with something else, but something easy as well. I'm hoping to finish him today and start Get a Life Chloe Brown. Nice. I'm hoping to finish That Time I Got Drunk and Yeeted a Love Potion at Werewolf. I've been struggling to concentrate a bit recently. That's a mood. Katie better be crying at my comment too. Hi, handsomes. We do love Katie Colson. The video in question, if anybody wants to check it out in the first sprint, I would highly recommend. Not that we want to derail your reading progress, but yeah. Have some physio exercises that I do, and I have tension you described, but I would not be able to explain in English. Worst case, I do some heating gel or Voltarol gel. I have to see if I've got some. I mean, my hair needs a wash anyway, so I'm really not asked about putting anything on it because my hair desperately needs a wash. Ooh. Fair. Faye Bound. 5 stars of a fast read. Okay, this is what I need. I could do a fast read. I mean, I'm really loving Faye Bound, so I would definitely recommend it. But if you're low energy today, then maybe one of the other 2 romances. Always Mine. Katie's like Killing Stalking. What else are the other options? I didn't hear the other options. There was no poll. Killing Stalking was the only option. Probably for a few hours. I can't promise that I'm going to go late into the like super late into the evening. It is currently 6:10 in the evening for me. I would love to go to like midnight, but I'm struggling today. I've already done a full day of work, 7-hour day of work in my part-time job, and then come home. I've had a meeting for 45 minutes and then come straight on here. I've not eaten yet. So it's been a long ass day, quite frankly. So we're going to go until I feel I need to stop. And I would like to watch at least one episode of Drivers 5 tonight before I go to bed. I really loved You Again, but you're right about Josh. I thought the female MC was much more interesting. They do have good banter, but none of them are funny. See, this is what I'm looking for. Like, when Harry Met Sally is funny, it's cozy, you know, it's autumn vibes. The whole thing is autumn vibes all the way through. It's just everything. Meg Ryan is everything. And that's what I'm looking for. And I'm getting zilch of that. So I went into this totally expecting When Harry Met Sally, and I'm not getting anything from that. So I'm disappointed. I'm not going to lie. 23% into my best friend's exorcism. Nice. I read 2 contemporary romances yesterday and really disliked both of them. Wow. So do I do a 180 and read Haunting Adeline? I'll go fully off script and read like some random mystery. Oh. Kind of want to encourage Haunting Adeline. I'm never going to be able to read those books because the whole point in them is that they're stalker romances, and I can't read, like, stalking's a trigger for me. Which is weird because I'm okay with killing stalking. I kind of want to encourage Haunting Adeline because I'm feeling chaotic and I feel like it would be really funny. What would be even funnier is if you fucking loved it. That would make my day. Trying to get through Twisted so my friend can get her book back. Nice. Always Mine will probably be less brain power. That's what I'm thinking. I think I might go for Always Mine. Also, it gets me through another book for my Patreon vlog that I need to get through 2 books of, both of which are Mile High and Always Mine. So it will get me through another book, and then I only have Mile High to go, which is great news. Fantastic news. Say less, I love a chaotic twist. Also chaotic twist, I'm drinking cider. I think there's this as well. And I feel like maybe I just haven't got to the full stalking element of it yet, but I feel like the stalking isn't too heavy. I feel like we're way more, I don't know, maybe I'm just completely missing it entirely because it's dark and I can't understand why I'm enjoying myself. But Mm-mm. I don't know what it is, why I'm not picking up on it. Maybe it's just not heavy on the stalking, more on the killing, you know? Maybe. Maybe I've just missed the stalking entirely. Who the heck knows? I picked 3 up while I was in Sainsbury's before I came home from my brother's. I needed them. I think this is why. Yeah. This is why. It was very brief. The stalking was brief. It was needed tonight. It's been a long ass week. Anyone else feel like this week has dragged his backside? Only a couple of chapters into my neighbours are having a disco. They're having their usual Friday night disco. Into You, Me Forever by Joe Watson. Nice. Reading Book Lovers, Avoiding a Nap. Nice. I have not, no. I'm not really into Avatar The Last Airbender. Don't give me any grief for that, but afraid not, no. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah. This is the thing. I think because it was over very, very quickly, it didn't bother me. So I was all right. Whereas Haunting Adeline, the whole point in it is that it's the cat and mouse duet. Like the whole point in it is that it's a stalker romance. So it's just not going to work for me, unfortunately. Can you hear that? Am I going to get demonetized? I just think it's really cute. I don't know if they just sit in their chairs with the music blasting, but they do this every Friday night for a couple of hours. I just would love to be able. Maybe I should go out for a walk and see whether or not they're actually dancing in the living room. That would be really cute. I love my neighbours next door, by the way. I have no problem with this. Nice. It's been so long. Nice. I'm late. That's all right. I was late as well. Oh, love that for you. All right, we're almost 18 minutes in. I would really like to have some tea. So let's get started with a sprint, and I'm gonna try and get into this, I think. I think it's Brother's Best Friend. Oh no, it's Friends to Lovers. Sick. Even better. Nico West is the most beautiful man I've ever laid eyes on. 6 feet, 4 inches, a broody, chiseled Greek god in a firefighter suit. He's also been my best friend since kindergarten. Sign me up. Right, decision made. I'm reading Always Mine. Can I stick a thingamajig on here? Did I already set myself up with one? I did, but I've not got it uploaded. Hang on. Which one was it? I don't think that's the right one. No, that's Lights Out. I don't think I made one. I'll make one in this sprint and then put one up on screen. Laura Pavlov. She's going to be at Rare, which is why I got the book. Sounds great. Sounds great, right? Rat bag. Sorry, I've not texted you back. I came off my meeting really, really late at like 5 to 6. So I came straight on here. My intention was to text you back in the next sprint. Got a cat sat on my feet, so I have no choice but to read, though I do need to eat too. All right for her. She was fed already. Some hellos for my pretty rat bag. Oh no. I did see that a couple of them came through before. When I left my comment to say that I was going to be running late, I saw that a couple came through and then were deleted. I hope you've got it sorted, my love. Firemen in their hoses, indeed. It's okay, my love. Take your time. Thanks, boo. I promise I'll text you back in this sprint. Right, I'm gonna go and sort myself out with some tea, text my best friend back, and Start always mine and try and sort this fucking neck ache out. I just shut down and forgot what I do. Oh, start the timer. Jesus Christ. It's going to be a long night. Let's go. Hello, loves. We have a Katie.
Hi.
Are you okay?
Thanks for in.
Of
Holy
course.
shit. Oh my god.
I feel like is this the first time we've been on sprints before?
Yes?
I think it might be.
Hi.
Hey. Oh, I'm so excited.
I wasn't sure because I was like, I've watched your sprint so many times, and I was like, is it? But I'm pretty sure it is.
I think it is. Yeah. That's crazy. Isn't it indeed? Um, how are you? What are you up to?
I was printing out all these little comments.
You're
They're
so
so
cute.
they're so tiny. I didn't like I had to make them this small or they wouldn't fit like across on my journal, but it's like really small.
Oh, that's adorable.
Really tiny. Very small and precious.
I love that for you.
I need to print these out so that I can go back and look at them whenever somebody is like being a hater. And I'm like, okay, well, just remember all the times that people were really cool.
That is such a cute idea. Oh, I actually love that. Oh, how cute. Devsy's coming on after napping. Love that for you. Sprints are everywhere today.
Who else is printing?
Jade's doing some Patreon ones. She started at 5, and I think Gav's doing some Patreon ones at midnight. I don't know if there's any public ones, but just like in my inner circle. Oh, I know that G and Cody are doing some on Patreon as well. But there's a lot. Hello, welcome in. Page 200 of Ruthless Vows. That sprint went right by really fast, considering how slow today has gone for me. It went by
Yeah.
really fast.
Oh, look at what we've got. You can't tell because
It's me.
I don't understand why that happens. Like it's just like a flesh colored dot.
Oh, how weird.
I don't
How
know.
bizarre. 30 pages of Fey Band. I'm going to make some food. Nice. 0 pages and got stressed about cake pan because my sister wanted a medium one. They only have 3 that are all the same size. Oh no. 40 pages. Trapped in work for another few hours, but here to represent the bunnies. Love that for you. 2 sides of BookTube coming together. What a time to be alive. Indeed.
It is. We love women supporting women. That is the girls, the gays, the theys, and the gals.
Facts. Facts. A hello for Katie. Got to 47 pages into In the Lives of Puppets. Gonna finish it by tomorrow. Nice. Honestly, blessed. Are you not doing it on screen?
What? I don't know what that means.
Okay, I'm glad it's not just me because I don't know what that means either.
No clue.
I
I started Haunting Adeline
You did?
on that last sprint. I got 16 minutes into it.
Nice.
And you listen, okay, this is what I wrote down on my notes because I'm reading it for Jordan's Book Club. And I said, Haunting Adeline notes. The very beginning, page 1, we see him watching her outside the window. He comes every single night. She says that she is equally as scared as she is excited. We start with finding out that she thinks that's kinky. That's all I'm saying. I'm here. I'm sat for it. Because if this was like There Are No Saints, where she's like, oh my God, what are you doing? But in this, she's like, oh my God, like, what are you doing?
I am excited for you.
Me too. To be honest, I think this year's gonna be my dark romance era. I'm telling you.
Nice.
Hmm.
Nice.
I feel it.
Steph Ray jumping between this live show and Jade's patron sprints. Love that for you.
Just have all three of us talking at the same time. That much.
Yeah, pure chaos. Read 36 pages and swiped on some dating apps. Nice. Reading romance fiction just to make me sad as how bad romance is going for me in real life. Oh, bless you. Mel is sprinting now as well. Oh, yeah, it's 72-hour reading sprints for
Wait, which
Mel and
Mel?
Cass and all of them lot. Mel Leno.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. I'm watching both. It's chaotic. 23 pages. Reading Tempest of Tea. Nice. Just joined
That
up.
just came out, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait, have you read Bride by Ali Azulin?
No, not yet.
Okay, I want to. I'm a little worried because I heard the word nodding come up, and I don't want to read that, but I do because okay, one of the books that I read yesterday, I read half of it, and the other half the day before that I didn't like was Check and Mate. So
I haven't read that either. I literally the only Ali Hazelwood that I've read is The Love Hypothesis, but I own the rest.
what did you think? What did you think about The Love Hypothesis?
I liked it. I thought it was good. I think I gave it 4.5 stars, maybe.
Yeah, I think I gave it 3.5 because when I was reading it, I was having a great time, and then when I finished it, I was like, the boob thing was weird. You know, that was a little weird, but I loved Love Theoretically.
Yeah, I've heard great things about that one. I need to get to that one. But I'm really mad because I got the Illumicrate editions. And then when they did Love Theoretically, they redid all the like for fuck's sake, the dust jackets for the rest of the books that they've done. And I was like, guys, I just want to buy the book. I don't want the dust jackets as well. Like, I don't care about the dust jackets because they didn't do a dust jacket for Loath to Love. No, is it Loath to Love You? The one that's a bind up of 3 short novellas. Yeah. So they didn't do a dust jacket for that. So I was like, why am I going to replace the dust jackets and all the others looking really, really pretty when it doesn't match with Loath to Love You? So I didn't get it. And I'm mad at myself because I didn't get it.
Yeah, well, I always get worried when they do like, I don't know what those look like, the Illumicrate ones, but I hate when they do like different dust jackets and stuff where I'm like, okay, but I can't be guaranteed that you're gonna do her future books because I know she's gonna come out with a lot more books.
Yeah. Yeah. I have pre-ordered the Bride from Illumicrate because they have done it as well. But yeah, I'm just sad about it. And now the rest that are coming from them have reversible dust jackets with the new covers that they've done, but with the originals as well. And I'm just mad about the whole thing.
That's smart for them to do.
Yeah. But I don't know why they didn't just do that in the beginning. Like,
yeah, true.
money, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Have you checked your PO box, Katie?
Kellyanne, I don't have a PO box.
You don't?
I did, but I canceled it a long time ago. Kelly. Kelly, I'm so sorry. Kelly. I asked for them to forward it for like a couple months to my mailbox, but I never got confirmation that actually happened. So.
How frustrating.
This is the first time this has happened.
What a predicament. Oh dear. Kevin's Norway trip's gone live. Congratulations, Hanson. Oh, let me pause that. I forgot that was going.
That's so cool.
Congrats, Hansons. Stone and Finish Low Olympus Volume 3. Nice. Thursday Murder Club is being filled by Steven Spielberg in August. Oh, nice. I haven't read it. Katie has, so that was clearly meant for Katie. But
What do you mean, Steven Spielberg? What you're joking? You're joking, Steven Spielberg. That's a joke. This
Chaos
is a joke.
Invented Chat. This is a good thing, yes?
There's no way. This is literally a joke. There's no way that you're serious. Steven Spielberg? That's insane. Okay, I'm sorry. If you already have a director and it's getting filmed in August, what's the crew? What's the lineup? What's the cast? What are we doing? And it's Helen Mirren. Am I wrong? It's Helen Mirren.
It's the only option.
I'm so confused. How did I not know this? How? Honestly, the audacity of y'all. How did I not know this?
Fascinating.
I picked up the movie rights before the book came out? What do you mean? No. There's no way. No, shut up. It's her best book by far. Oh, I'm so excited.
People being traumatized by the term Nottingham Bride is very entertaining for me. I won't be able to click on all the comments. I do apologize. There's so many, and we're already over on the chatty bit. Oh, bless you. I'm kind of colour phasing. Pardon, kind of in a colour phase at the moment, even. And the colouring book of choice is elephants. Getting tired of grey elephants. So, what's your favourite colour, Steph? I'll dedicate my next elephant to you. You are adorable. My favourite colours are black and blue. Sounds really bad when I say them together, but in general, my favourite colour is blue, but I also just black. I don't know if that's necessarily any better because you're already bored of grey, but you could do like a ombre blue elephant. That would be cool. Personally, love Notting. Love it in a megaverse and shift romances.
Okay, this is apparently happening. August 2024, we will begin filming. Oh my god, okay. Why don't we have a cast? Like, if you're starting to film in August, I feel like if you know you're going to start filming in August, you have to. That means I'm assuming you have to already like know. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm like, I thought that would mean that you would already know who was going to be in it, but.
They probably do. They're probably keeping the cards to the chest to be like, surprise, when it comes out.
But how long can they do that? Oh, okay. Okay. This is not who it's gonna be. I think this is just like people's
predictions.
Okay, that's hilarious. It says fan casting. It says the most included is Helen Mirren and Judi Dench. That's right. The script is done. Okay, I'm sorry. Literally, you haven't even read this book, and I'm like,
I'm gonna have to read it now, aren't I? Leave me no choice. I do have it. Sorry, I haven't read it yet. I know.
Oh, listen. No, sorry. I was looking at Kellyanne's comment.
Oh.
I don't know about that. I'll check my mailbox.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining the person that has that. I wonder if they get delivered to them if it's not their name. I don't know.
You'd think they send it back, though.
Yeah.
Oh, funny.
Because I'm like, okay, I'm assuming they're just going to make one movie. I doubt they would make, 4. Because I'm telling you right now, if I have to watch the 4th book get made into a movie, The Notebook who, it's over for y'all. It's literally over.
Oh, dear. And he's bringing out a new book called We Solve Murders in September, and Netflix is going to have it turned into a series. Look at Richard Osman doing all of the things. The man knows no bounds. Oh, Maggie Smith as well. Maybe. Could be an option.
Honestly, if it was for people I had never seen or heard from before, cool. Cool. I don't It's
Yeah.
Steven Spielberg. I can't believe like this guy's made like I can't even think of the movies he's made, but I know that it's like literally the top Indiana Jones, right? He did that. He did Close to the Third Encounter. He did E.T. And he's picking up 4 pensioners solving crimes.
Who wouldn't want to watch that though? Because honestly, that sounds like a great time to me. Which is why it's questionable why I haven't yet read the book. I know.
I will say that the physical book, the chapters are so short, which is amazing. They're like 1 page. It's
really?
Literally like it's like a paragraph. You're just like, oh, perfect. Boom, 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 boom. But I would suggest the audiobook because the narrator, I mean, obviously, I'm not British, so hearing the British accent is fun for me. But the like I know that the 4th book is narrated by oh my God, what's her name? She's the actress who played Aunt Petunia in Harry Potter.
Oh, I don't know her name, but I know who you mean.
And she's lovely. So I like the audiobook because I think that for you, I'm sure that you would just read it and like get it immediately. But I was confused on why I like the audiobook so much more. And what Meg said made a lot of sense where she was like, she said that what she thought is that if you are not from the UK, that you won't read it like British humor and the inflection and the tone and the pacing of comedy there. And so she's like, if you listen to it, you'll get that it's funny. But if you're reading it, if you aren't already British, you won't get that it's funny.
Yeah, it might not come across as well. Yeah. Yeah. I need to get to that. I would probably do the audiobook anyway, but the fact that it's got such short chapters makes me very, very happy. I hate long chapters.
Yep.
Which is another reason why I've put down You Again, because that book, the first chapter was about 35 pages long. Like I'm only just up to chapter 4 at page 79.
Those aren't chapters. Those are parts.
Right?
Those are acts.
It was like the chapters in this book are too long.
No, they're wrong for that. What's the point? Like, are they different perspectives or something? Like,
they do switch perspectives partway through, but just the book in itself, it's supposed to be like giving When Harry Met Sally vibes. It literally says that on the back of the book. And it doesn't in the slightest. Like When Harry Met Sally is literally like Meg Ryan being the cutest, sweetest being and falling in love with her best friend. Well, a guy that she doesn't know, and then they become friends, and then they fall in love. And the man's just a total stiff, and I don't like him. He's really boring. And she's a sex pest, which is fine. But when she's not being a sex pest, she's obsessed with drugs and alcohol. And I'm like, this is not giving Meg Ryan. Neither of these characters are giving Meg Ryan. What is going on in this book? And I'm just not enjoying it. I'm having a bad time.
That's the one that's like, it's woods and the girl has like brown hair on the cover.
Yeah. Really pretty autumnal, beautiful cover. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember because I know that it's like, I've not heard any like meh things. I've either heard people like, they're obsessed with it or they're like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah. I did know this, and I will be borrowing them from BorrowBox for sure, from my library. I am excited. I just need to get to them. You know what I should do? I should do like a Read It Like Katie vlog. And read and and read the Thursday Murder Club and finally get around to Curious Beginning. Because I've been saying that since friggin' September. And I told you in September I was going to be reading it in October and never friggin' did. And I felt like I had to crawl back in my hole and shut the hell up. Guess what's on my March TBR?
Well, what I'll say... Well, one, you have blanket forgiveness for anything because of that one time that I read a book for your book club, wrote notes, and then missed it.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
That
I,
was
I
so
literally was like, oh, hey, y'all are doing sprints. And you're like, oh, so you're here. Hi. But I will say that for the Thursday Murder Club and for the Veronica Speedwell series, those are definitely books that I always tell people. I'm like, you start it, you got to read the second book. You have to read the second book. And it's not that the first book is not good because both of them are fantastic. But it's like, because you have to fall in love with the characters. Like when I read Veronica Speedwell, I was like, oh yeah, this is good. And then I read it again and I was like, what was I talking about? This is 5 stars.
You'll have to give me a third book for me to read, and then I can do the vlog.
Is your Goodreads up to date? Because I don't want to recommend something you've already read.
No, but I did do a video of all of my unread books.
Oh, and you already
Which
have
is
both the other ones on your TBR?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to do some research on this next script.
Coming to a video near you.
I like when people have where I can pick something that's already on somebody's TBR because I'm like, okay, well then that means that they probably already had some interest.
Yeah, for sure. I keep buying Thursday Murder Club so many times from charity shops. Always give it away before reading it and then buy it again. I actually was gifted the Thursday Murder Club. We went to Scotland a few years ago, and the woman who owns the place, she was like, "Oh my!" She saw that I was clearly a reader because I spent all of my time in the library that was in the house that we were staying in, and she was like, "Oh my god, I've just finished this book. Would you like it?" And I was like, as in to give to me. And she was like, yeah, I finished it. I'm not going to read it again. It was really, really good. I would recommend it. So I was like, okay, cool. And it was the Thursday Murder Club.
Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Yeah.
It was so cool.
That was another one where like I read the first book and I was like, oh yeah, this is fine. I don't know how I feel about it. Both that and Veronica Speedwell, I gave 3.5 stars the first time I read it. And then I couldn't stop thinking about the characters. Read the second book, was obsessed, went back and read the first book again and was like, I don't know who that past Katie was, but we do not stand by her or her opinions.
You just made me extremely anxious with those scissors near your hair.
Oh, you should be, because that was a mistake.
I thought any minute now she's going to shut her fingers.
No. No.
Let's had a straight up no.
Marlowe Murder Club. I don't think I've heard of that. But
there's a few people saying I also love the Marlowe Murder series, and the Marlowe Murder Club has already been made into a TV show too. Ooh.
Okay, let me look it up on Goodreads.
I haven't read the Thursday Murder Club, but I would say it's probably no. You can't start it from anywhere in the series, and you should probably start from the beginning. Would I be correct in saying that, Katie?
I think so, because like technically that and the Veronica Speedwell books, that's like technically, I guess you could, but it would be a huge mistake because it's character based or like the mysteries. If you're reading either of those series for the mystery, you're missing the entire point. But like, I feel like the character development is what it's all about. So if you start reading it out of order, you're not going to understand why people loved certain character things that happened at certain points, because it's like, oh, you've been waiting for things.
Yeah.
Especially the fourth book. Okay, I would say in both series, the fourth book and on, you cannot. You could read the first 3 maybe out of order, but the fourth book of both series, absolutely not. You have to have read all the other ones beforehand.
Interesting. How it's the fourth book in both series. Love that.
And they're both my favorite in the series. The fourth book of both of those. Oh, stunning. Oh my God.
My mum read the second Thursday Murder Club book first because it's the one I had a physical copy of. Now she loves them. Bought the audio for the first one for herself, but she said it was confusing going from book 2 to 1. Yeah, because of the characters. Because I assume you get like the backstory of the characters and stuff in book 1. So going into book 2, they won't go into that. You already know the characters. You're aware of them, maybe.
Yeah, I would say that with the Thursday Murder Club specifically, like with Veronica Speedwell, yeah, you get the backstory and everything, and you learn it with them. But with the Thursday Murder Club, it's like, yeah, you get like backstory, but in kind of like a cheeky, like, oh, they used to do so and so. But like, say with the main character, it's funny because you never actually get the full story. You never actually know like what she actually did, but you get little hints, so you like kind of know. But it's funnier that way because it's just like, oh yeah, one time she killed a guy, and they're all like, what? And they're like, it was for work, don't worry about it. And you're like, what the fuck did she do?
Oh, I'm excited to read it now.
I love it so much. I'm obsessed. When I tell you, I've never cried hard. Okay, the fourth book, and every morning the way home gets longer and longer. Those are the only times where I like was actually worried for myself. I was crying so hard.
For myself. Wow. Shall we get into another sprint?
Yes, and I'm gonna Kellyanne, I am gonna Google and see if I can take my ID up. Did you say it was delivered today? Because I was like, maybe I can bring my ID up there and be like, I don't think that legally they can give it to me, but I'll Google it and see.
It would be strange if they couldn't, though, if it's got your name on it.
But like somebody else could have the same name.
Oh, I suppose, yeah. Will they not necessarily recognize you, though, or do you have like a code you used to give them or whatever? I don't know how PO Box works. Or something that you could be like, listen, it's proof that this was where I had my PO Box, and somebody sends something not knowing that my PO Box is shut. Like some paperwork or something that you could take and be like, this is used to be where I used to come. How do you not know this face? What is wrong with you?
I'm like, I wonder. Do I still? I was like, this is so dumb. But I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna bring this. You can't tell.
With the PO Box address on it?
Yeah. They're gonna be like, ma'am, that does not hold up in court, but okay.
Oh, that's funny.
Also, oh my
Okay.
god, I just realized that you and Gavin have the same little cafe.
Yeah, I thought the cafe was cute and like because for me it's the evening. What time is it for you?
2:30 p.m.
Oh, 7:30 p.m. for me.
Um,
Yeah, I just thought the cafe was like cute vibes,
yeah, it is. I just have never seen it other than y'all.
Yeah, it's cute. Cool. Let's do another sprint.
Yes.
Let's go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
You made it to the post office and back in time.
I did. And Kellyanne, you are so lucky. You are so lucky.
Did
They
they
were
have
like,
it?
oh my God, I had to go through the freaking ringer, but yes.
Success.
I can't believe it. I was very surprised. They were
Love
like,
that.
the woman was like, I was literally putting it in the truck to send it back.
Oh my God.
I'm surprised that Kellyanne, if you had not told me on this day, it was so close. You were this close. You literally perfect timing that you came on these friends today. I can't believe it. And it's a book I've never heard of before.
Oh, Gianna Darling, though. I have heard of her before.
I think I've heard of the author, but I'm not totally sure.
Yeah.
It says it came out this month.
Oh.
Wait, it says it came out. What is today's date? 5 days ago? What do you mean?
Is it an arc?
Well, no, wait. It says copyright 2022. But then on the back, it says made in United States 18 February. Oh, wait. Maybe it's like you have to. No. Okay. I think maybe it came out in 2022. I think that it's one of those like print to order.
Oh. Interesting. I finally found where I am in my book. Good.
Oh, wait, are you started reading the other romance with the two people on the cover, the ones looking at each other?
Yeah. Always mine.
You liking it?
It's good, yeah. I thought we might have a little bit more build up with them being best friends, and we are getting some, but it's kind of started off with like a casual, she's had terrible sexy times in past relationships with selfish partners. Can you teach me the ropes? And it's that kind of vibe, you know? It's fine. It's good.
Is it a start of a series or something?
Yeah. They're all firemen, I think.
Oh, okay. There's something to be said about that.
Which I'm here for.
Yeah, absolutely we are.
Oh, but it's going by fast.
The other one that you wait, what page you say you on?
I'm now on page 97.
Oh, and one sprint. Okay.
I did make it to around the 30 odd page mark, so but it's still going by like 60 odd pages a sprint, so that's pretty good.
The other one that you were looking at, Mile High, is that the first? Oh no, wait. Yeah, Mile High. Is that the first one, and then the second one's Caught Up?
Caught Up's the third, I think. Mile High is the first. The second one is called, because I need to read it for my booktube faves. The second one, not the first one, which throws me under the bus a little bit, obviously.
Yeah, it's a Windy City. Mile High, Caught Up.
The Right Move is the second one.
Okay. Yeah. I was about to say, I was like, I saw a lot of that series on Best Books.
Yeah.
Just not enough to go completely over.
Yeah. My cat jumped at you guys coming backwards empty pages. Sorry, kitty.
But it wasn't even the cat noise. We can't win with the cats.
36 pages, 24 pages, now on page 207 of the Red Pyramid. Nice. Just reached page 104 of Mayfly. I'm reading it. You've read that one, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I love it, but it's gross. You might not like that.
Probably not.
No. It's a great hockey romance, though, I'll tell you that.
Finally got my takeaway. I was getting so hungry. I'm not hungry anymore, but I was so hungry before, and I made like a microwave mac and cheese, but I put it in the oven because it always heats better in the oven. And it's come out, and the cheese wasn't like, runny mac and cheese is what you expect, like cheesy, stringy, runny mac and cheese. It was like lumpy. It was not nice.
No.
Yeah, it was not nice. Luckily, I'd done a cheese garlic bread with it as well, so my healthy tea has been cheese garlic bread for me this evening.
That's sad, especially when you put it in the oven because it takes a while, and then when it comes out bad, it's like, well, I should have just put it in the microwave then.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sad about it, I'm not gonna lie. Gianna Darling wrote Welcome to the Dark Side. Ooh. I haven't read anything from her, but isn't it Gianna Darling that's done Lessons in Corruption, or am I making that up? Lessons in Corruption. Yeah. She has, yeah. I quite fancy the thought of that one. I think it's a motorcycle club one.
It's a what?
Motorcycle club.
The Welcome to the Dark
series.
Side?
Huh?
The Welcome to the Dark Side one?
No, the Lessons in Corruption one.
Ew.
Yeah, that's the one I've heard of from Gianna Darling. Did some work and ate lunch, 20 pages, and listened to Out There Screaming. Nice. I need to continue on with that because I started reading it in January and haven't continued. I've been working. I'm in a lab meeting for another 30 minutes. Got to page 54 of Crown of Midnight. First time reading through Throne of Glass. I hope you enjoy. I DNF'd the Air of Fire 3 times.
3 times? Yeah. Oh my, okay, well, yeah, I would not suggest you continuing then, because Air of Fire is a lot of people's that's like when people are love it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, I didn't even get into Air of Fire. Crown of Midnight was the last time, every time I picked the series up. I just couldn't be bothered to continue because I did not care. So yeah. I ended up unhauling it. And since then, I've now unhauled Crescent City 1 and 2 as well.
Did you attempt those or no?
I loved Crescent City 1. It's one of my favorite books of all time.
Okay.
And put down Crescent City 2 at 250 pages in when it first came out and never went back to it. So
yeah, you just know that you're yeah, I'm not in it.
Yeah. But Jade told me what happens towards the end. No spoilers, obviously, but Jade told me what happens towards the end of Crescent City 2. And I'm mad about the situation that I'm now in.
Well, you're mad that you got rid of him?
No, I'm just the situation as a whole. I've DNF'd Throne of Glass. I love the Akatar series. Yeah. Love it. And now I'm at a point where I've DNF'd Crescent City, but because of everything that happens at the end of Crescent City 2 and going into Crescent City 3, it's left me in a bit of a predicament.
So that's funny. So I read Crescent City and I enjoyed it. I really liked it, but I didn't pick up the second book because of how long it is. And then I read A Court of Silver Flames and it was so long. And I was like, oh, okay, so this is just going to be from here on out. They're going to be 1,000 pages for every book. So I didn't read Crescent City 2, but I read the last page.
Nice. Maybe I should have done that.
I don't understand. Okay, Kingdom of Ash and Court of Silver Flames, Crescent City 1, Crescent City 2, Crescent City 3. I'm like, she's never none of her books are going to be under 800 pages. And I just can't do that. I'm just not. No.
Yeah, it's a huge commitment, to be fair.
But what I've been watching spoiler-filled vlogs for Crescent City 3. And if you're in it, everything I've seen, I'm like, okay, I've got to give SJM, I can be mad about the long page count, but the things that I've seen from the spoiler vlogs, I'm like, okay, she might be a genius. To be honest, she might be a genius.
Yeah.
Because the things that she's kind of world building wise, at first I was like, there's no way she's going to pull it off. But then based on what I've seen from everybody, I'm like, unless they're haters that just want to hate, everything I've seen from people that like her stuff, it seems like she's doing it.
Nice. Maybe I should do that, actually. That's a really good idea. Now that I've committed to not continuing on with it on the basis that I have actually sold my Fairy Loot Crescent City 1 and 2 and also my original editions of Crescent City 1 and 2, I'm committed now. That's it. My love story with SJM has come to an end, unfortunately. But maybe I should watch some spoiler vlogs so I can see exactly what's going on and where it goes.
Yeah, I suggest it because I love them because people are so passionate and like
Yeah.
it's fun to watch people be like so excited. Especially I watched Hannah's recent reads and Lachlan and Raven Haired Reader, and I'm watching Aaron's right now. Or did I finish it? No, I finished it. I finished Aaron's today.
Nice. I should definitely watch them. Oh, Welcome to the Dark Side is book 2 in that series, with Lesson in Corruption being book 1. Nice. Yeah, maybe I should watch those. That's a good idea. It's so strange though, because because I have been staying away from it while I make my decision with what to do with Crescent City. So I've been doing my best to avoid spoilers, but whoever I've seen such mixed reviews about it. There is a lot of people who are diehard SJM fans not happy about where the third book's gone. And I'm like, oh dear.
Let me see. I want to see.
That's more on TikTok though, to be fair.
Let me see.
And these people have only been, no offense to the TikTok girlies, because I am one of those people, not heavily, but I am on TikTok. They've only been SJM girlies for, a year or two, whereas some people have been SJM girlies for literal years.
Oh my God, Gavin, I forgot that you read these books. Did I black out and you did a reading vlog and I didn't see it?
He's only just recently uploaded it, I think.
I mean, it could have been uploaded 5 minutes ago and still the audacity of me. Like when you said that you'd done a video of all of your unread books, I was like, yeah. I don't remember what you said in it, but I've seen it. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to see like if there's. It seems like everybody that I follow has given it like a 4 or a 5, except Gavin. But like fair, because I wasn't even going to read it.
Yeah.
Let's see what the bad.
I'm pretending she only wrote Akata. Same. Crescent City 1 is one of my favorite books of all time. Crescent City 2, probably most disappointing of all time. Haven't read Crescent City 3 yet. Oh dear. This is the problem though. The problem I'm having right now with Iron Flame is, yet again, I've gotten 200 pages in and put the book down. And I'm devastated. Fourth Wing was my favorite book of last year.
Well, to your credit, everyone feels that way. Like whenever, so 107 out of 713 people put Fourth Wing on their best books. Only 2 of them liked Iron Flame, and almost every other person had read Iron Flame and did not like it. Not like hated it, but was really disappointed by it. Yeah. And the consensus is that it's so slow. It's slow. It's like, oh my God, okay. Like I get that you didn't do world building in the first book, so you're trying to do world building now. But what the consensus has been, and I've watched a lot of spoiler-filled vlogs for Iron Flame, is that the ending, they're like, oh my God, she just like that the action really picks up in the last 100 pages. And then they really like the last bit of it.
I feel like from the 200 pages I've read, the general consensus I have is that I'm mad that the hype for Iron Flame clearly took over with her and the publishers, and they were like, we need to get this book out ASAP. And instead of giving it probably the 5 more, redos with editing that it needed, and giving it some more thought in the process of the writing stages, she was just like, yeah, fuck it, let's let it go. Let it go. And I'm just mad about it. I would have waited a year for that book. I would have waited 18 months. I would have waited 2 years. Do you know what I mean? Like, just be patient. We will wait.
Well, I think that's the same thing that I feel about like even with like Sarah J. Maas and stuff, where I'm like, when the books are so long, I'm looking at them thinking, so you're not getting edited anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what you mean. I've always said though, to be fair, like, I don't know, albeit Rebecca Yarros, that wasn't her first book. Fourth Wing was not her first book. She's done a load of romance previous, but I've always said if I was to ever write a book and I was doing like a series, or even if I wasn't, I would want to have like the first 3 books written before I even try and get a publisher, on the basis that I would be terrified of writer's block the minute I publish the first book.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think I would then want to rush my next book out 6 months after my first book. I would still want to wait a year. Like, I don't want it to be deemed that I'm like, ramming books out every 6 months, because that's not a precedent I would want to set. So if I did it for like every year, I dropped a book. Emily Henry, for example, does a book every year, I've already got a 3-year leeway for me to write my next couple of books and get myself constantly ahead. You know what I mean? Like, I've always said that if I was to ever write a book, I would want to do it that way around.
I think that it's so weird. I can hear myself and I'm like, keep looking at my tabs. Like, do I have it open? Oh, I don't hear it anymore. That's weird. So I think that there's only like 2 ways that it could go perfectly, is either the way you're saying, which if you had books in the bag that even if, say, you wanted to come out with them and they weren't as good, you'd still have so much time to edit them and change them and stuff. But then also what I had thought, where I definitely agree that the publishing of the fast fashion of just pumping out Iron Flame, especially with how many misprintings it had, which was like so sad and messed up. And obviously that's not Rebecca Yarros's fault. But what I had thought was, I was like, with her pumping out Iron Flame, I was like, the only good thing about that is I have always thought to myself, I'm like, if somebody comes out with a book, like, I feel this way about Addie LaRue, where I'm like, she came out with that, and then what was she supposed to do after that? Like, what was she supposed to put out after that book?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, Rebecca Yarros came out with this book, and it was insanely popular. Like, I literally cannot think of a single time a book has ever gone viral in this way, like this phenomenon. Like, I'm telling you, everybody I work with has read this book, and they do not read. They do not read books.
Yeah.
And so that's crazy. But I'm like, she did that, and then she came out with Iron Flame that people are like, they're disappointed, and they're like kind of vocal about it, but not really. Like, people were posting like more hate about Fourth Wing than anybody's posted about Iron Flame. They're just not talking about it, which is a perfect sweet spot of, she came out with a worldwide success. Then she came out with a book that was, and then what if her third book is like amazing and she's bypassed the, you can never do better than what you've done, because she's already disappointed you. So now it's only up from here.
Yeah. 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 I was concerned about Crescent City 3 with that, but because I have seen like up and down reviews about it, I'm feeling a bit better about my decision. But now I'm like, what happens if I make the same decision about Fourth Wing and Iron Flame? Like, what if I never finish Iron Flame, but I have 7 copies of Fourth Wing and 4 copies of Iron Flame? What am I meant to do now?
Yeah. This is like when, which I definitely would fall prey to this, but when I see people get tattoos for books when only 1 book is out, and I'm like, ooh.
Risky business.
That is risky business. I don't know about that.
I agree. All 3 in one video. I just don't. Your stamina, Gav, is just crazy.
I'm currently watching your Princess Diaries video, and I am living. It's so good.
I'm excited to watch that one, because I was watching all of the Instagram updates the other day, and I was like, oh no. I normally read thrillers. Nice. One of the greatest things as what we do as a content creator, as far as books are concerned, one of my favorite things was when one of my friends, my other best friend, not Jade, but Laura, who I've known since I was 4 and she was 2 years old. I've known her since we were tiny, tiny kiddos. She actually, weirdly enough, also lives in Ipswich, same area as Jade. But she's not from there. She's from Manchester. She messages me today. She's not much of a reader, but on occasion she'll pick a book up and it'll take her like 6 months to get through it. She messages me today going, Steph, I just read Daisy Darker by Alice Feeney, and holy shit, what was that? And I was like, oh my God, you just read it? She was like, yeah, I know you've read it and I know you loved it. And I needed to tell you immediately that I've read it and I really, really enjoyed it. And I was like, Laura, I nearly died on the spot. I was like, dude, you read one of my favorite books. That's amazing. I can't remember what she said she's going into next, but it's one of my favorite things. You know, when someone who doesn't read that often will message you and be like, I picked up this book because you said you loved it.
Yes.
It's my favorite thing. What is she going into next? Too Late by Colleen Hoover.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read that yet, but I did say to her, listen, if you want something fucked up by Colleen Hoover, try Verity.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, because that book is messy. Great, but messy.
Oh, messy is an understatement for Verity.
Yeah. And then I said, also, I recently read Butcher and Blackbird by Bryn Weaver, smutty serial killer / serial killer romance, but think Dexter vibes. The audiobook is fantastic.
Oh God, the audiobook is so good. I did both. Like I physically read it. And then I thought that Rowan, the main character, I was like, some of the things he says are like a little cringe, like, but not like bad. I was just like, just a little cringe. Like, okay, you say the word extra like a lot, but then people were like, oh, the audiobook's so good. And then I went back and I just listened to his point of view chapters. And he does not come across, literally nothing comes across cringe at all.
No.
The guy does it.
That audiobook, the production of it and everything, so freaking good. One of the best audiobooks I've ever listened to.
Oh my God, my favorite is when this is not a spoiler because it literally doesn't matter. It's just funny. But there's like a point, I don't know, one of their serial killer things where like a guy is getting like tortured or something. And in the book, it's like, oh, and he like it's in the girl's point of view. And it says like, oh, the guy screams because she's like torturing him. And in the audiobook, the male narrator is like, ah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's just so cleverly done. Do you know what, though? I bet that in the production of that, because I believe they were actually in the same room recording at the same time when they did that, and I bet it was so much fun. But I wonder how many takes they would have had to have done to get that book finished.
That's so good. That's so funny.
I'm never going to do it. You will never get me to read that book. I'm telling you right now, Gav. Telling you right now. Ah, they're so good. So good.
That was another one that was like really close to being an honorable mention, but it wasn't ever going to make it only because since there's two of them and they're so widely loved, people said either one or the other. So
yeah. Yeah, they're really good though. I love that series. It's the only Becky Chambers books I've gotten along with because I didn't care for Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. I actually DNF'd that book about 250 pages in because I was bored as hell because her books are very character driven, which I don't mind in a novella. That's fine. But for 400 odd pages, I'm just bored to death. I need some plot.
Is Song for the Wild Built sci-fi or fantasy?
Sci-fi? I want to say sci-fi, but it could be a combo. It's monk and robot, so...
See, I didn't even know that. I had no idea what it was about. I just know that the title looks cool.
Yeah, there's a tea monk who decides that they're going to leave their monastery or whatever, and they're going to go out into the wild and they're going to explore the world for a little bit, and they end up coming across this robot, and the robots used to do work for the people and stuff, and then they were decommissioned. So they come across this robot and they just end up kind of swapping stories and then hanging out together and just exploring the world. And it's just adorable and very wholesome. But it's
Like,
really,
is it
really
like cozy, like uh Legends and
yeah,
Logic?
yeah. It's deemed. I think it's actually deemed cozy fantasy. So let's have a quick look. Can't even spell Sam properly.
Because I'm like,
Story life.
I don't really like cozy, so I'm like, it might not be my thing, I guess.
Yeah, it's down as sci-fi. Solar punk novella, apparently. But it's
I'm not a cozy and I'm not a sci-fi girl, but novellas, I feel like usually if you're not really into a certain genre or not into something, novellas can sometimes break that,
for
barrier.
sure. I would agree. It is kind of philosophical. I thought it was just adorable. Katie Cozy Colson. I'll give you one guess who said that, Katie.
If I what?
Katie Cozy Colson.
Said no one ever, not even just now.
Oh, that's really funny.
Katie Colsey Colson. Literally, there's too many hard consonants for that to even make sense.
Try saying that 5 times sober.
Have you read I know it just came out. Well, both of these just came out, but Check and Mate by Allie Hazelwood and Fangirl Down by Tessa Bailey.
um, Neither of those yet. I do have Checkmate, but I'm waiting for my Afterlight subscription to come in
Ooh, what does that look like?
because it's Illumicrate's romance box. Uh, but I believe we have. Sorry if I'm going to spoil anyone here that hasn't got their box yet and doesn't like spoilers. My apologies. But I believe Fangirl Down is in that box.
In the Afterlife box?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, did they put more than one book in there?
No, I already have Checkmate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just haven't read it yet.
That is so pretty, the Afterlight edition. God dang.
Mm,
That color, that's so cute.
I'm excited. I just don't know why mine has been so late getting sent out, unless everybody's has been, you know. I
Oh
mean,
my
it's
god.
February's box and we are still in Feb, so maybe it's not late, but
I've never even been on this website. This is so cute.
really?
Funny story, looks so good. Oh my god, I want it. Is this one of those ones where you have to like be on like a 2-year wait list?
Maybe. Maybe. Do Afterlight have like their own? Oh no, it's just Illumicrate's website, but they have the thingamajig. Yeah.
Oh, it's absolutely gonna be Fangirl Down. Who's Your
Yeah.
Caddy? Dude, what else? What other book could it be?
Yeah.
Oh, the Bride copy? Oh, shut up.
That's the one I just got. Yeah.
But I feel like anytime I get a special edition of a book before I've read it, I'm like, "Oh, this is good."
Good. Oh,
I don't know, I just hate, like I love the, like, opening of it and being like, "Oh my god," but then not knowing what it's gonna be.
yeah. That's why I follow. There's a Instagrammer called Autumn something or other. Let me find her name. And she does spoilers for pretty much all of the subscription boxes, which is how I know exactly what's coming in the boxes.
How, um, early does she know?
Early enough for you to skip.
Oh.
Yeah. She's called The Autumn Book Reads.
Autumn Book Reads.
Yeah, the Autumn Book Reads. And she will do spoilers for everything.
Okay, I'm looking her up.
I only do it because I'm sick to death of getting books that I've got no interest in having. So now I know when to skip. If my ADHD allows me to remember, that is.
Because I've seen people, I'm pretty sure it's Evernight with the Lumicrate. I'm pretty sure that's one that I've seen that that they do like horror.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I get that one.
Do you know what the one you're getting is?
The next one. I think I have it. I make a note of them on my thing so that I can. I don't know if they've announced it yet, to be honest.
Why is it the last post for Evernight was December 2023?
Because it's only every 3 months.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is good because it's only 20 quid every 3 months.
Body horror, misogyny, femicide. What? What is this? What is this book? Somebody has to know. Let's see.
Is that what they've said for the next Evernight book?
Is it a comment or are you talking to me?
You.
Yeah, that's what they said for the next book. I'm trying to see because you know somebody already knows. Spoilers. I'm not going to say it. I'll put it in the private chat if people have if they have it. Oh my god, how do you separate these? Jesus. Wait, Amy, is that Evernight? Is that Evernight? Or are you just showing me a pretty book? Oh, never mind. Yeah, it is. That is Evernight. Okay, the edges. That's terrifying.
For the last one that they've done.
So I guess Amy already got hers. Okay, I'll put it in the let's see.
Because I just got the recent one.
Wait, what? Recent, like January? Because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, so now everybody knows.
Yeah, they should do. It was the January box, so they should have got it by now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't understand why on their website it's like it'll be like January reveal, but then it doesn't say what the book is, and I'm like,
like reveal it to us already.
Yeah, like why don't you have like books that you can buy that are not part of the subscription?
Yeah. Yeah. I think the second book, let me show you because it's over here. The second book that I got from Evernight, honestly, you might love this, but I'm really disappointed by the cover because it scares me and I don't like it. So this was the second book that they did. The first one was Silver Nitrate by Sylvia Moreno Garcia. So they basically just did a silver edition of the red cover, of the normal red cover, and it's beautiful. This was the second one.
I've seen.
And ever since, I've started to try to petition loudly on my channel about giving us reversible dust jackets with the original cover. Because the original cover is so much now. What is this? This terrifies me. I don't like it.
What's the edges look like? Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's the back.
Yeah, that's scary. You're not wrong.
It's frightening. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like it. So yeah, petition to give us reversible dust jackets with the original cover.
I want there to be people, well, I guess not people, it had to be a company because they'd have to get like the accessibility, but people that sell, like say those book boxes, that are like, oh, if you want to get the book and it have like extra content and it's signed by the author, and it's like, that's amazing, great. But then it also an offshoot of, do you just want to buy the dust jacket and just keep printing them, and then you can just buy the dust jacket? That would be sickening.
Yeah. No, yeah, I support that because I would now just purchase a dust jacket of the original hardback because I prefer that cover. I know some people might think it's boring, but then I would totally just sell that dust jacket,
Hmm?
you know?
There, yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm always searching. And of course, like the only things you can find are like Sarah J. Maas and Fourth Wing because they allow the copyright like to go out
Yeah.
to people. But I'm like, oh my God. The only cover that I have ever thrown away, like just thrown it in the trash because I was like, I would rather have the naked book, is Playing Nice by JP Delaney. No, was not
Oh,
going to do it.
really?
It's just, it's like a stock photo of a
Ah.
swing really close up, but like not like artsy. It's just a swing
Oh,
and that's it. It was bad. You just have to trust me. It was bad.
how weird. The only dust jacket I've done this with, and a lot of people may already know this, but may not, was A Court of Silver Flames. So I have the original,
Yes.
original three with the original hardcover dust jackets. And then they changed.
Yep.
I will still never, ever, 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 ever forgive SJM or the publishers, whoever's decision it was. I will never forgive them. Stop doing it in the middle of series. It's annoying.
And then, okay, not only doing it in the middle of series because you know that you're doing it as a cash grab, but
Yeah.
also the choice. Okay, the covers of the first four of the new editions, hideous. Book 5 or A Court of Silver Flames, I'm like, okay, I can see how this, like with the mask and everything, but the color doesn't make any sense. Like that's like a orange, more muted orange and gray, and the other ones are like these like teal and
Yeah. Yeah. I bought the book and then threw the dust jacket away the same day. I took the dust jacket off and put it straight in the bin. It's
But I
not
do
even in the
like,
box.
there's so many like alternate dust jackets for Sarah J. Maas, and there are some that are like really stunning that I think are really cool. But I feel like a lot of times when I see them, I'm like, I think you just did a little bit too much. Like, this was
Yeah.
beautiful. Could have just had the characters. I don't know if we needed all this other stuff going on.
Yeah. I got the Illumicrate ones that they did, so thankfully I do have a dust jacket for Silver Flames because they gave us the Silver Flames one in that set as well. But yeah, I just threw the original dust jacket away, so and I'm not sorry
Mhm.
because it was horrible.
Yeah, you were not wrong.
All right, shall we do another sprint?
Yes.
Cool beans.
I'll actually turn on my audiobook.
Nice. Let's go.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
What did you lose?
Sorry.
What did you lose? I saw you come back to the desk, pick up the graphic novels, and then you were looking for something. And I was like, what's she lost?
I finished Magnolia Parks last night, and I have the UK edition that I was going to transfer the annotations into. And I was like looking around, like, where did I put it? Where did I put it? And it's under some paper and stuff over here. So I was like, oh my God, I know I have it.
Nice.
But I want to read these.
I love them. They're so cute. I hope you enjoy.
I think I will. Just, I don't know. I'm usually not like a cute, like cozy, but like, I don't know. There's something about that.
It's really cute. Were you listening to Haunting Adeline in that? Hunting,
Yes.
Haunting. Which one's first?
Haunting.
Haunting Adeline.
I got. Why is it not telling me how far in I am? I think this says chapter 7. It says 007. So I'm assuming I'm on chapter 7.
Fair.
What is it? But, you know, I think I only put 2 other notes, and it was one thing where I was like, and another thing I thought was funny. So even though it's like, okay, this guy's like, like a stalker or whatever, I'm like, it's not like, there are things that, like, say, for me personally, when I was reading Fangirl Down yesterday, there are a lot of things that this guy does and says that I think are a red flag, that I do not like at all. And the only thing so far that this guy's done, which just is a red flag, but the girl is an author, and he sees that there's like a book signing, and he's like, oh, whatever. And he says, I don't care for fiction books. I only read books that will teach me something. A guy that only reads nonfiction? Gross. Gross.
But flag.
Like, literally, and it wasn't even like a plot point, but yesterday, something where I was like, why can I not let this go? Is the guy in Fangirl Down, there's like a mimosa, and he's like, champagne is for women. I was like, no. You're dry.
What the hell? Oh dear. I made it to page 167.
Dang!
Yeah, I managed 70 pages in that sprint.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
good
this
for
reads
you.
really fast. What is? Oh, it's chapter header.
What are you thinking of it so far?
It's good. I went on Goodreads. I usually do this if I'm like thinking about DNF in a book, but not 100% certain because I don't know if it's me or the book, or B, I'm enjoying a book, but I'm not enjoying it as much as I hoped I would. I will go on Goodreads and have a look at reviews, usually negative ones, especially if I'm thinking about DNF in a book, because I get way more out of negative reviews than I do positive reviews. So I just had a quick look, and a couple of people have said that they wish there was more time with these two being friends. It does feel like they dived into the romance side of things a little bit too quick, and it felt a little insta-lovey, which is exactly how I'm feeling about it as well. Like, you can tell they're best friends, which is fine, but I wish we'd got more interaction of them being best friends before the romance element came into it, you know?
Well, that would make me think like, okay, well, y'all were never friends. You were just waiting for the other person to.
Yeah. So, because my relationship with my partner, we've been best friends for 12 years now. We've been together just shy of 2. So
that's so cute.
So when I pick up a book like this, obviously I'm anticipating that's what I'm getting from it. But from this one, it's just been a case of we've been told they're best friends, we're not seeing it. And then we're immediately seeing a romantic relationship. And I'm like, you can tell me that they've been best friends since kindergarten all you want. But if I don't see it on page, I don't know.
Have you did you read, I'm sure you have, but did you read People Who Meet on Vacation?
Yes.
Was
Yeah.
that one a success?
Yeah, for me, it definitely was. I saw me and Andy all the way through that book. And I actually told him this was before we were even together. We were just kind of, we'd gone past the stage of just friends at that point, but we weren't together. And we went book shopping one afternoon because he loves to indulge in my book shopping habits. Fuck knows why. And he were wandering around and I saw it on a thing. I was like, oh my God, I literally finished that the other day and that is being you. And then I carried on wandering around, turned around and he picked it up to read the back of it so that he could figure out what it was about. And I was like, interesting.
No, you're like, oh, ooh. I just let something out there.
But yeah. Yeah, there's been a few. Love Like Farms by BK Borison is another one, actually, that I see me and Andy in thoroughly. Yeah.
I think
Nice.
have you read Magnolia Parks?
I have not yet, but I do own it.
I the only thing I will say is so I read up until like the last 100 pages and then I set it down to like do my video. So I wasn't reading it for like over a month and then came back to read the last 100 pages, last 80 pages. And so stupidly, I was reading it and I was like, are y'all still doing this? And I realized like an hour later, I was like, oh, it hasn't been a month for y'all. It's been a month for me. Y'all are on the same page. So, but I will say, I would never like openly recommend this book to somebody because it's like so many people have very legitimate problems with this book. Like, absolutely. But me, oh, I love it. And it's one of those like, I don't even know if, I don't know, I guess you would say like friends to lovers, but it's like, would you even call them lovers? I don't know. But it's like they meet when I think he's 7 and she's 4 or something like that. It's something similar. It's either that or like he's 7 and she's 6 and their families are friends. So it's like they grow up together and like go on
Yeah.
vacations with each other. And it's like they're like best friends with like them and like 2 other like young kids. And then they get together later on. But I was, oh my God, then when they were children, I'm like, this is so
cute. Oh, when you do this does a thing to me where I'm like, listen, let's just sack off the rest of the TBR for the weekend and pick up Magnolia Parks. That is not a good idea. I need to read Faybound.
no, because it's like, I don't know. It's like I have a hard time like justifying myself because they're not good people, but I love them. But they're not like, well, they're just like really messy. I've never read Normal People, but from what I gather from what people say, it's probably similar to like that they're just like constantly miscommunication, just constant.
That is like one of the worst tropes for me. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just communicate. It's not difficult. Albeit, I do see it in a lot of people in my like real life struggle with communication, and I'm like, why do you find this so hard?
Well, I think it's not even okay. It's that's why I was never saying miscommunication with this book up until I was looking at people talking about it on reading blogs last night, where they're like, "Oh, so much miscommunication." Everybody kept saying that, and I was like, "I guess so." But for me, I think miscommunication. I always assumed it was if I just told you, then this wouldn't be happening. But in Magnolia Parks, it's like, no, they're completely honest with each other. But that's the problem is they do like effed up stuff and then tell the other person about it. And it's like, why did you do it in the first place? Like, and now I have to be mad about it. Like,
Just don't do it in the first place, and we don't have to have this conversation.
yeah.
Oh, this is the worst. But not in a girl's glass. Why don't you just say, but just not in one of those, not in, I'll have it in any other glass but a gin glass. You don't have to say it's a girl's glass if you don't want it in one of those glasses. If you don't want it in a gin glass, just say you don't want it in a gin glass. You don't have to say it's a girl's glass.
My favorite thing is when somebody orders a cocktail at the restaurant I work at and it's pink and it's a guy and they don't know that. And I will not tell them. Definitely not.
I would totally do that. Yeah, this I was reading. What did I read the other week? That was brother's best friend, and oh god, what was it? Let me see if I can find it on my thingamajig. Oh shit, what was it?
That's such a like popular trope that I'm like, I don't feel like we could even help you figure it out.
Yeah, it was Done and Dusted by Lila Sage, and the trope is, yeah, it's brother's best friend. Now, the ADHD rep in the book, I think, was done very, very well. Lila Sage has got ADHD, and the main character has ADHD. And I think the representation, as far as that's concerned, fantastic. The way that the people around her are helping her live with that and, deal with that and cope with it, outstanding. Really good representation. The brother's best friend trope, though, we got no scenes with the guy and his best friend, her brother, throughout any of the book. No scenes of them two just hanging out, watching the football, looking after his daughter, like the brother's daughter, whatever, doing anything. No scenes. So the stakes were so low for me on the brother's best friend side of things that when her brother then kicked off about the whole relationship at the end when he found out about it, I was like, dude, you guys aren't best friends. I have had no proof of this.
And also, it took you the entire book to find out that he was sleeping with her. You're a bad brother and a bad friend.
I was like, come on, for real? I want pages. I want chapters filled with these two hanging out and doing all the bromance shit, for me to be convinced that the stakes are high in this. I want to be panicking at the fact that he's going to find out that these two are dating.
Well, it's also like, okay, if you have all this time to spend with this girl, so you're telling me that it never conflicts? Like, you never hang out with this guy? Like, is there never a moment where he's like, hey, can I hang out with you? And you're like,
yeah. Or he's going, where have you been for the last few weeks? Like, I haven't seen you. Literally. One of the only people who didn't like people we meet on vacation. Oh.
You're not the only one. I hear people say that a lot. I'm always surprised by it, but you're definitely not the only one.
Yeah, I do hear people say it as well. Unfamiliar is a fantastic graphic novel. Very, very cute. Very, very cozy. I wish he would actually read it. He just read the back. But yeah, I am trying to get him to read one of my favorite books. But he's like, I'll only read one of your favorite books if you read one of mine. And he reads Patricia Cornwell. And I'm not here for that. There's only so far I can take this,
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to convince him to read the likes of ACOTAR, am I, if I'm reading Patricia Cornwell? I feel like this is...
What is the justification behind only reading Patricia Cornwell? What's his hot take?
This is his favorite books. It's all he reads, Patricia Cornwell. And I'm like, I get it. Thriller, crime, mystery, whatever. But pick something else up. There's like a million other better crime, thriller, mystery books out there.
Like, what's
recommendations?
What's like his investment in Patricia Cornwell that he's like, I will not read anyone else. Like, not even like pick up like Finley Donovan or something. Just like try something else.
Yeah, at this point, I would probably pick one of hers up just to get him to pick up another like thriller author. At this point, like not even just ACOTAR, like another thriller author.
My one of my friends at work, she told me that she only reads Nicholas Sparks. Like, that's it. It's the only thing she's read. And I was like, girl, let me put you on to a little something. And I knew what to do. I was like, I'm going to hurt myself, but help you. And let me introduce you to Colleen Hoover. Okay. Oh, she's eating it up. She loves it.
There she is. Oh, God. Oh, exciting.
The Firelighted Princess. Is this only going to be 2 volumes, Garlic, or is it just so far it's only 2?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know when the last one was done, albeit these days with graphic novel um, authors, it doesn't matter if they have a 2 or 3 year hiatus, they do it regularly. Looking at you,
This was,
author of the saga.
yeah, 2021 and 2022, which I think is so funny because I'd never seen these ever until I started watching the best books. And there was like 4 different people that had this on their best books list. And I was like,
Yeah. I can't remember how I found out about it. It probably could have been Tracy, to be fair. It might have been via my patron I found out about it. Tracy's one of my patrons, so she's always coming up with the great graphic novel recommendations, to be fair.
Leah, if this is your ministry, read Magnolia Parks. And I tell you, they are so messy. But oh my God, I'm just eating it up. The writing is so good. The writing is so good. Let me show you the tabs. Okay.
Oh Jesus. That's a lot of tabs.
And this isn't even this isn't the same height as the other books. So I have to annotate this one because see, this is shorter. So actually this is the one I'm going to be keeping. This one isn't even the one I'm going to keep. So these are the not ugly tabs, but not the aesthetic tabs. Okay, let me just flip. Let's just pick one. Oh my God. One thing I saw on TikTok that I was like, oh God, I want to do that. I looked at Magnolia Parks on TikTok and it was like people doing, I guess this is the thing that people do. I don't know, but they'll do like a number generator and then whatever number pops up, they have to go to that tab. Like if it said like 12, they have to count and go to the 12th tab and read what it is they tabbed. And I was like, oh, I love that. Oh, okay. Look at this. What are we doing other than hurting each other? I don't know what we're doing anymore because I love her in a final way. That's unbeatable. Can't trump it. Will always win out no matter what. Fucked up kind of way. Yep. Love it.
That is messy.
It is. It is.
Oh God.
Tragic.
Oh, Emily got it. Done and dusted.
I thought that you saw that.
No. I went on my core file to look it up. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
I think it's weird. Like, I mean, I think it's not horrible or anything like that, but to me it's weird because no one can piss you off like your siblings can piss you off. That's just facts. But then if your best friend starts sleeping with your sibling, who are you supposed to complain about them with?
Yeah. And similarly, they won't be able to complain about their partner to you because it's your brother or sister. She's sibling. Right. This has got me all wrong in the head because it's got Jade and my brother, and that's not right. That's not right. No.
And also, I feel like you know them so well. So, like, if your best friend is like, doesn't know them as well, and you're over there like, no, he's lying. Nope. He's not going to do it. No.
Yeah. And the problem. Oh no, I don't want to compare this to Jade and my brother. That's really weird. The problem is, I know both of these people so fucking well. Obviously, like my brother, I've known his entire life, and he is my shadow. Like he's my literal best friend on the planet. And then Jade, I've known for 4 years, but it's like she's always been in my life. And I know them so well that I would know if something was wrong, but neither of them was speaking to me about it. I would know. In an instant, I would know. And I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Hello? This is really weird, though. My brother's married with 2 kids. It's not right.
Yeah, that just added an extra layer to it.
Oh god. I'm so glad it's like 10:15. At least my nephew's not here watching. He's 3.5 years old and he will watch my videos all the time.
And then he's like telling his mom that
He's
your
going,
brother's cheating.
Mummy, Daddy's dating Jade. But Thomas loves Jade, which is weird in itself because Jade hates kids. But Thomas loves Jade. So if I FaceTime her and I'm with him, he's like, "Can I speak to Jade?" And he'll send her voice notes all the time and videos and stuff. He just loves her. The other
That's
day,
adorable.
Matt was in the kitchen cooking, and all of a sudden he could hear Jade's voice, and he was like, "Has Jade just come round?" On the basis Jade lives 4 hours away, that's not possible. Has Jade just come round? And he comes into the living room and he goes, "Thomas, what are you watching?" And he just looks up from his tablet and he goes, "Jade?" And that's like, how have you found Jade on YouTube? He doesn't know how he can find me on YouTube, to be honest. Turns out he's subscribed to my channel. Bless him. But yeah, he'll watch me and Jade on YouTube.
That is so cute.
3.5 years old. He's my favorite person on the planet. I love him.
He's old enough to know what matters.
Yeah. For the love of God, vlogging. That's what I want to do. He's like, I promise, like, he's more into it once he moves in because he'll be here, then it won't be as weird and broken up. But he's like, if you want me to be in your videos, I'll be in your videos. Like, if you want me to pick a TBR for you, I'll do it. If you want me to read your favorite book, I'll do it. But you have to read mine. And I'm like, ugh. But I'm dying to get him to read Akatar, like the series of the first 3 books, just to get his reaction. I think it would be really funny.
Well, see, this is one of those, like, it's the truth, but saying it out loud is like, so uncool. But the truth of it is, this is like, I think this all the time when people recommend me books that, like, in everyday life. They'll be like, "Oh, this is so good," or like, "Oh, that book you're talking about, that's not good. That's not real reading," or whatever, blah blah blah. Like, one of the only times I've ever said it out loud is there was a line cook who was trying to recommend me a war, like a historical, like, war book. And I was talking about, it was probably Akatar. It was some fantasy series. And no, it was because I was talking to this girl that was starting to read Akatar, and I was like, "So what do you think about Tamlin? What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about it?" And I was talking about that, and he was telling me like, "No, you should read this book." And he's going on and on, and I was like, "I don't want to. I don't think I would like that." And he's like, "No, I'm telling you, it's so good. It's so much better than like what you're talking about." And I stopped him, and I was like, "Christian, I'm gonna tell you something real quick. How many books do you read in a year?" And he was like, "I don't know." And I was like, "Is it less than a dozen?" He was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Well, at the time, not this last year, but I was like, at the time, I was like, "I've read over 200 books, and I actually get paid to have an opinion about books. So I'm going to say that in this conversation between you and I, my opinion matters more than yours. And I'm telling you that book sounds boring." I just can't stand that when people are trying to recommend you books and they're like, "I know you're going to like it." I'm like, "Really?" Because you have no idea what I'm going to like.
Yeah. Yeah. They know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
But also when you read so much, like that's the only thing I would be thinking about the Patricia Cornwell, because obviously she's very famous for a reason. So obviously, like, her books are not bad or anything like that, like nothing like that. But it's like, okay, if he was asking you like, "Oh, that I want you to read Patricia Cornwell," and you very realistically could be like, "I am absolutely sure that those books are good, but I've read so many like mystery thrillers that they won't feel good to me because I've already been around the block so many times."
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So by no means was I bashing Patricia Cornwell, just to confirm. It's just that he only reads Patricia Cornwell. He has read the first Lord of the Rings on audiobook, but he only reads Patricia Cornwell and has never really diverted from that. So,
I think it's interesting when I hear people only read one, like, author, one thing.
Yeah. That used to be me, though, with Lindsay Kelk, honestly. Yeah. I've come up in the world. Not that there's anything wrong with Lindsay Kelk. I love her and I still love her books, but still. It's weird. It is weird. Do one for the team of Free Patricia. Do it for Andy's sake.
No, oh my God. And it's every chapter. You both have to pop in and say what you're thinking about each book. Yeah. Full spoilers. But not in front of each other. It's like a confessional.
Yeah. You just pass the camera back and forth from one room to another. Oh, imagine. I do keep thinking though, do I get him? I want him to read ACOTAR because it is kind of like it's pure nostalgia for me. I just love that series, and I don't think no matter what, I'm always going to love that series. So I think I do want him to read it on that basis, but then I'm like, do I try and embarrass the shit out of him because we'd be filming it and get him to read one of the steamiest books that I've ever read? I don't even know what book that would be, but I feel like it would just be really funny for him to be like, so when you tell me you're reading porn, this is what you actually mean. Like you're genuinely reading porn. And I'd be like, yes.
Yep. Like I said what I said.
He has done it before. He's come around. There's been a couple books on the table and he's flicked through to a random page, started reading out loud and suddenly realized what he's reading, which would be like a mid-sex scene. Of a really smutty book, and he'll go, what the fuck are you reading? And I was like, I was not joking.
Well, I feel like ACOTAR, it's so much fun to see people that like don't read or don't really read books like that to read them like online because of the fact that it's like almost the entire bookish community has read them and does know what's going on and the twists and stuff like we all know and they don't. And while that's another series where I'm like, you have to get past book one because I enjoyed book one.
Yeah.
But then when I read book two, I was like, oh, we're going places. Things are happening. Yeah. And I love when people, it's always like, there's this guy or this woman on a Bookstagram that it's her and her best friend that are huge readers and they like get their husbands to like read things sometimes. And she's getting her husband to read ACOTAR. And now he's on A Court of Silver Flames. And every couple chapters, he'll be sitting on the couch and she'll be like, so what did you just say? And it's so funny because at the beginning, he's like, yeah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, who is this guy? Rhysand. Like, I can't. And then it's like the progression of like, as the book's going on, he's like, yes, Rhysand!
I see them on TikTok as well. And it's when they get to the end of ACOTAR and they're like, why does everyone hate Tamlin? I don't get it. I love Tamlin. And who the fuck is Rhysand? Why does everyone love Rhysand and not Tamlin? I hate Rhysand. I love Tamlin. And then they get into Akamath and then they're like, I get it now.
You know what's funny is like, I wasn't like, oh, I hate Tamlin, like when I was reading it, but I didn't like him on the pettiest reasons. One, this is so terrible. He has long blonde hair or shoulder length blonde hair. That was an ick for me personally on an aesthetic level. And then also I could not get over, let's see, how do I say this without spoiling anything? The curse, I don't like the whole, oh, it started out as a plot, a scheme, but then I actually fell in love with you. I'm like, girl, yeah. You were going to take that secret to the fucking grave, and you know it.
Yeah. Love the Brit expression, shagging. Police procedurals are popular for a reason, even though they're not my cup of tea. Yeah.
I mean, coming from someone who's seen like every single episode of NCIS and Castle and A Closer and like everything, Monk, Psych, I do understand.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't even, okay, tell me you are not going to be able to find fan art of Tamlin that I think is attractive. None.
No.
You know who I actually hate? I hate, which I want to say I hate more than Tamlin. That's a strong word. And I feel like I'm probably wrong, But I hate Lucien. I hate Lucien.
Mm.
Because he has no spine. I'm like, okay, you know bros before hoes? You're not supposed to actually think that way. Come on. You're supposed to you put your bro over the hoe? I don't think so.
Yeah. No, you know what? You could be onto something there. Yeah.
Like I love loyalty, you know? Like in A Court of Thorns or in Throne of Glass, when people hate on Kale because he puts Dorian over Aelin, I'm like, no, good for him. Yeah. Bros before hoes. Love that. But then in Akatar, I'm like, Lucy, you better shut. Well,
It's an exception to the rule.
it's because Tamlin sucks and Dorian's awesome. So
Yeah. Long blonde hair is definitely an ick, actually. All
and
known
it's
that.
it's the fan art is never long. It's always like his hair is like this short.
Yeah, if you're gonna make it long, make it long.
Mm.
You know?
Let's get Legolas level, you know?
Yeah, and if it's gonna be, it's not blonde at that point though, it's white, which is a
Yeah.
different story. And we can get behind long white hair. I can even
Mm-hmm.
get behind the long grey hair.
Mm-hmm.
Long blonde hair on a man though, I'm not sure. So apologies to anyone that has long blonde hair and it prove us wrong. We would love
Yeah,
to
prove us
see.
wrong,
Yeah.
please.
But yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yeah. I was just thinking in my head then because I was thinking like along the Vikings route because I've recently been watching The Last Kingdom and I had Uhtred in my head and then I remembered his hair is dark, not blonde. And I was like, oh, thank God. Because I'm horrendously attracted to that man.
I thought that you were like, I've been watching this Viking show, and you like paused for a while, and I was like, if she says Vikings and she couldn't think of the name, that's gonna be too good.
No, that's going to be my next one, though. I do need to get to that one. I am excited about it. I'm just worried I don't know if I'm going to like it as much as The Last Kingdom. Everyone keeps telling me Vikings is better because I've already fallen in love with Uhtred Ragnarsson. Maybe I'm just not going to enjoy it as much, you know?
Yeah, it's like whenever you read a 5-star book and then you pick up another book that sounds exactly like it. It's like, yeah, you can't go toe to toe, or are you just
Yeah.
going to compare them?
This is why I've left it a while before I start watching Vikings, so I've not watched them back to back. You know who did have? Hang on, let me double check this before I say it out loud. I've still got the long blonde hair stuck in my head. Let me double. No, he did. He did have. Is it blonde? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is blonde. You ever watch Sons of Anarchy?
Um, a little bit.
Charlie Hunnam, who plays Jax Teller, the main
Yeah.
character in Sons, in the first few seasons, his hair is long-ish, blonde. And I've got to be honest, that man is attractive as hell. I love Charlie Hunnam. So beautiful, such a
Uh
beautiful
huh.
man. But his hair looked so much better when it was cut short.
And also, I am just gaslighting myself because I was like, I thought that it was like so dirty blonde that I almost could like be like, that's kind of brunette, you know?
That's why I had to check. But it was like not white, but blonde. Blonde. Yeah.
You know, it's probably because it was always so dirty and like had oil and stuff in it that I was just like, what? No,
Yeah.
nah. You know what's funny? Ianthe, I literally do not remember what she looks like. Like, I don't remember anything about the characteristics of her for some reason. But when I tell you, Amarantha lives rent free in my head. Rent free. I was so like, no spoilers. But when I tell you, I wanted longevity of that character because that character, I mean, obviously, fuck her, obviously, but she was so interesting. And when I tell you the one thing that I heard that I was like, oh, let's go, is when she has that ring of the guy's eyeball that refused to have sex with her.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy we want up in here. and he's just a no for me, so I'll always gloss over it and imagine them with short hair. And he's got long hair. He's got a man bun.
Well,
Brunette.
well, that's awesome. Like, okay, when guys have long hair, most of the time it's attractive because you can, if it looks good, it's because it's like attractive because you're like, oh, you take care of yourself. Like you actually try.
Yeah. I prefer it when it's in its bun, though. When he takes it out, I'm like, babe, put it back up. For the love of God, put it back up. His mum keeps going, can you not convince him to cut it off? I hate it. I'm like, sorry, Helen, I love it.
Is it because when he takes it down, it's like hat hair?
Yeah, well, it's got the kink in it where his bobble's
Yeah.
been, but it's got double the kink because it's been in a bun.
Yeah.
So it's got double the kink. So then he takes it down, thinks it looks great. And I'm like, babe, if you're going to keep it down, you got to keep it down. We'll have to like straighten it or something. But don't put it in a bobble. Think you can take it out after 7 hours and it's going to look great, because it doesn't. It's not how it works around here. You've got to learn how to work with your long hair. Yeah.
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 Yeah, I didn't dislike him in well, no. I disliked him a little bit in the first one because I was like, this guy is your best friend? But also the whole like, I don't know. I'm such a hypocrite because I'm like, oh, he's like keeping secrets for Tamlin because it's this friend. And I'm like, I'm like, eh. But that's only because Tamlin.
Facts. Straight facts, yeah.
When it's when it's a fantasy female that has white hair, oh,
Katie. Are you into like Viking, Norse mythology, Nordic, blah blah blah?
I don't know. The only Viking experience I have is Alexander Skarsgård, and he's not a Viking, but I just imagine that he is.
So I read Danielle L. Jensen's new book, A Fate Inked in Blood, in February. It is February.
Okay.
Did I read it in January? Might have been January. And it was the female white hair thing. She has this all going on. And she is a fucking badass. Let me tell you. I was obsessed with this book. This book was my favorite book for approximately 2 weeks until I read Binding 13. Don't come at me with that. But my favorite book. It was so good. My favorite book of the year. I loved it. It was really, really good.
It's a series?
It's the first in a new series, and it comes out in 4 days.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I love
really
that.
Good. Yeah, really good.
I haven't read Binding 13, but I'm not against it because on 2 different videos that were published, or three, said I held up Magnolia Parks and went, there's literally no way I'm going to like this. I'm literally absolutely willing to bet you it's going to be my worst book of the year. I'm going to hate it. And when I tell you I'm going to give it 5 stars.
I'm going to need you to pick up Binding 13. And you're going to need to send me messages while you go through that book, unless you hate it, in which case don't.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can. I cried. I sobbed for 20 minutes through the entire last chapter, and then for a following 20 minutes, and then sobbed for 20 minutes through the first 2 chapters of the second book.
How many are there now?
The 5th one comes out later on this year. But
5? Oh my God.
Yeah, they're done in such a way that you're following. So you follow Johnny and Shannon in the first 2 books, and then the number changes because you're following a different lad on the rugby team then at that point. So you can really, in theory, you're reading duology, I assume.
Isn't it
another one?
Redeeming 6?
Yeah, Redeeming and Saving 6. So you've got Binding and... Oh, no. My brain is shut down on me. Binding and Keeping, 13.
Okay.
Saving and Redeeming, 6. And then Taming, 7 comes out later on this year. And I assume we'll get another one for 7 as well. I'm so excited about Taming 7 because of who we're following. But yeah, it's so fucking good. And I literally only picked those books up to find out why they were 800 pages long. It's the only reason. I was like, no contemporary / romance has any business being this long, and there is absolutely no need for it. So I need to find out what's going on.
You know,
And so
I saw it at Half Price Books and I picked it up and I was like, this is the floppiest paperback I have ever held in my hands.
I ended up getting the US ones, and I just got Saving 6, the US one from Blackwell's today, and it is so floppy.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Momoa with long hair, yeah. 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 I love Charlie. I love him in the King Arthur film. The for fuck's sake, Legend of the Sword. I love him in that film. No one could ever give King Arthur swagger the way that Charlie Hunnam does.
So he's
Ooh.
Lucian.
Swiftly moving on.
You have Lucian as a husband.
This is so true. He's done it because he started balding on his patch thing right here. He's like, fuck it, I'm going to grow my hair. No one will ever know. I was like, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yes. Sign me up.
Henry Cavill is so good looking that I'm not even going to lie to you. Like, and this is like, I can't tell you why, because there's so many beautiful people in the world, but the way that Henry Cavill comes across, I look at him and I'm like, any day now, we're going to find out something truly horrifying about you. Just any day.
Because he's such a perfect human being, isn't he? Like, he's a nerd. He's beautiful. He is handsome. He is the coolest dude on any red carpet. He is beautiful. He is handsome.
Yeah.
Nerd.
I'm like, it's like,
yeah.
Do you remember what it was like with Army Hammer, where it was like, oh, by the way, he's a cannibal? I was like, okay, facts check out. Those facts check out, I guess.
Makes sense. Although, to be fair, I look at the likes. Now I'm a big fan of Keanu Reeves.
Oh, yeah.
I love Keanu Reeves. And that man is just the most wholesome human being on the planet. The most wholesome human being on the planet. And I constantly live in fear that something really bad will come out about him. But I don't think it ever will. Because what could possibly come out about him? Like, the man takes the tube to work. He will just speak to people like normal. It's like he works in an office building earning, 30 grand a year. Like, this man is just the most humble human being on the planet. I don't get it. It's the bizarrest thing. Albeit he's been through some trauma in his life. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I was about to say, I was like, yeah, and it's also like sad. Like,
yeah. I can't imagine.
Backstory.
Yeah, I can't imagine having to film John Wick with the story that it had, the storyline that it originally had. Have you ever seen John Wick?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. No. Oh. With the original storyline that it had, basically his wife dies. She gets a puppy sent to him. She knew she was dying. She gets a puppy sent to him, and the puppy turns up after she's been buried and stuff. And then some bad dudes break in, because turns out he used to be like an assassin or whatever. And he retired a long time ago. Some bad dudes break in, kill his dog, and nick his car. And I was like, this is really fucking sad. But imagine him having to play that character with that level of like, I'm not being funny, but I would hunt somebody down if they killed my dog and stole my car as well.
Yeah.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
But with the trauma in his life anyway, though, it must have just been really hard to play that character, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Really hard. It's so fucking pretty.
Okay, I gotta look it up.
I just about died when it came in the other day. Honest to God, I'm not gonna lie, it's so pretty. I have ordered a normal version as well though, because I have no chill, and I also have an ARC. But I am supposed to be going to Rare in September, in Edinburgh, and Danielle L. Jensen's going to be there. So,
What book do you have the most editions of?
definitely Fourth Wing. It used to be Addie LaRue, but Jade and Gav made me get rid of like 3 editions of that book because it was getting way out of hand.
Yeah.
And now I've done it again, but with Fourth Wing.
There are so many. It's funny, like, whenever there are so many editions of a book, I can only think of a couple times, but whenever there are so many editions of one book, I feel like for me, there's always like one clear winner that I'm like, and it's usually not an exclusive. It's like, so for me, I love the holiday edition of Fourth Wing, the red and
Yes.
black, stunning, and that you could just buy. Like you just
Yeah.
get that. And then also the what was it, the Waterstones exclusive of Addie LaRue, the one that's blue with the flowers on it.
Oh yeah, pretty. Yeah.
None of the special editions that are like you have to get through a book box have ever topped that one for me.
Yeah. Oh, that's really funny though, because I love the US editions of Addie LaRue. So the black cover, have I got one? Yeah, I've got one over there. Oh my hip is cracked. This one.
That's what I have.
Yeah, I love this. And then it came out in blue, so I got that one as well. And then I have the do I have the Waterstones edition? I did have the Waterstones edition. I did have the white edition, and then I had the normal edition with the blue sprayed edges, and then I had a normal edition with no sprayed edges. And then I think I just kept the normal one with the blue sprayed edges though. So I got rid of the Waterstones one and the white one and the normal one. And then I have this one, the blue one. It was a whole thing. Jade and Gav were like done with my shit, and they were like, "You've got to get rid of these."
I feel like I'm always comparing things on my shelves and being like, "Are you as good as this one?" Like, but I think the only books that I have multiple editions of is I have 2 sets of the Diviners, but that anybody should have both because I have a special edition set that all of them match, and then I have the original set that doesn't match and they're fully annotated. And of course, I cannot annotate that bookish box edition. The pages are paper thin.
Yeah.
So no. And then I have 4 copies of Bunny. But what's funny is the amount of editions of Bunny that have been in this house, well over a dozen. But I only have 4 because I'll like, if I get another one, I'm like, okay, well, it's the same version. So I only keep ones that are like different. I would keep, if I had the Australian paperback, the orange one, I would put that on my shelf.
Yeah. That's a book I haven't read that's on my shelves.
If you don't like it, fair. No, that's a book that when people are like, "Oh my God, I haven't read Bunny yet," because I love it, I'm like, yeah, okay. Because I think that if I read it right now, I don't know what I would think because it's one of those books that like it takes so much brain power and like trying to figure it out and what's going on that I'm like, I don't know if I'd want to put through all that.
Yeah. Was Bunny the one that you told me not to do the audiobook of?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It is chunky. You are correct. I hope you enjoy it though. I hope you have tears for days like I did. The 3rd Boys of Tom and book has just been released in America. That probably explains why it became available again on Blackwell's the other day. The minute I got the email, I was like, send it me. Yeah, for sure.
Gavin.
What's he doing?
says, if Steph doesn't like Bunny, we can't be friends.
Excuse you.
While
So
he's out here consistently talking crap about Dowry of Blood.
that was a good book. I like that one.
Oh, yeah, because you have taste. And you're right.
Yeah. I did say Addie LaRue and Gav turns up again. Oh, yay! I may see you there.
That's so cool. Do we have anything like that anymore in the US? Because I feel like all of that stopped.
That's sad. Excuse you. Do we just block him?
See, it's only funny because in my head I'm like, he knows he's wrong and he just has to double, triple, quadruple down because of how wrong he is. But I will say that I tried. Kimberly Colson, Gavin. Kimberly Colson. Yeah. Nice try. She's watching. You just got out of the hole. Okay? You just crawled your way out. Don't get back in. I'm a model block myself. That is I did read some I read some of An Education in Malice, and I read some of Evocation.
Oh, really?
Well, I didn't finish them, so I don't know. I only read a little bit, but I stopped reading them not because I will not finish them, but I was like, I'm just going to wait for the audiobook because when I tell you, you could like gun to my head, I would never be able to tell you that they're the same author because the writing style is like not even like completely different human beings wrote these books.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Mother. Hello, Ratbag. We were talking about you before dating my brother.
Oh, yeah. There's a full lore.
She's going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What? I swear, part of me was like, did S.T. Gibson write this book? Because I'm so confused. But then the other part of me, the more realistic part, was like, I bet she wrote this book. And then she heard people say, like, oh, it's so like poetic and lyrical. It's like all purple prosy or whatever. And then she just went in the totally opposite direction and was like, okay, I'm just going to write standard fiction then. And I was like, that's not what we wanted, man.
Oh, really? You know what's really weird is that I don't like flowery and lyrical writing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed A Dowry of Blood.
Well, that's because it's short. It's to the point. Like there's flowery writing that's just so over the top. Like the way my mom described Rebecca when her and I read it is she was like, I swear there was 17 pages describing the bushes and flowers on the way up to the front door. And she was like, on page 17, I was like, if you don't open this door, I swear to God. It's like, yeah, you're right. I hate that.
Oh, God. No, yeah. Again, Addie LaRue, maybe there is a point to which I should not have enjoyed that book as much as I did, or at all, if anything, but I did. Wait, what? Can you please explain?
You sure?
We were talking about, so I'm reading this book. Actually, it's got nothing to do with this book. This isn't Brother's Best Friend. We were talking about Done and Dusted. The trope is Brother's Best Friend. And we were saying how someone made a comment about the fact that they're not sure if they would be bothered if their sibling dated their best friend. And we then got into depth about it. And then I just suddenly went, oh no, all I can think about is Jade and my brother, which is weird on so many different levels.
Yep.
And then went deep diving into the fact that I'm glad it's past Thomas's bedtime, so he's not watching this and being like, Mummy, Daddy's cheating on you with Jade, because he knows exactly who you are and watches your videos. So yeah, you're not really dating my brother, but I had a scenario in my head for about 15 minutes that you were. It was weird. I do. I can't tell you how many times I call Tara, my sister-in-law, Jade, and how many times I call Jade Tara. And I think it's just because their names are 4 letters and short. That's literally the only reason. They look nothing alike. They are nothing alike. I don't know why I keep doing that. I did it again today. I called Tara Jade today.
Anytime if I ever call somebody by the wrong name, I feel like you can always smooth it over no matter what the situation is. If they're like offended, you're just like, oh my God, this is like when a kid calls their teacher mom.
Yeah. Tara doesn't even notice it anymore. She doesn't even notice I do it anymore.
Oh my God, I literally saw that comment and was like, oh my God, is she here? Like,
I did think for a terrible minute that was my sister-in-law, though. No, I thought like I did something. Yeah, no, they do. I can't remember now if Jade will pick up on it. To be fair, though, if I'm calling, I don't do it as much with Jade because I call her Ratbag. So I don't do it as much with her. If I'm calling her Jade, though, it can slip out, Tara. But I do it with Tara all the time. All the time. And she just answers to it now. She doesn't care. She knows what I mean.
see, what's funny is if she didn't know that you called Jade Ratbag and you called Tara Ratbag, and she's like, what the? Did you just say me?
Ratbag. Hey, Ratbag, what's for lunch? And she'd be like, what?
She was like, goes to your brother, like, we need to have a conversation about your sister.
No, I don't. I usually only do that if I'm having a talk with her and I'm like, Jade, Ratbag, we will not be doing that today.
Fair. It's like her government name.
Yeah. It's like a Sunday name. I'm like, dude, not today. No, my dad does it as well. He doesn't do it with Matt as much. He will call my brother Graham on occasion, which is my dad's brother's name. Literally nothing to do with siblings at all. But I get Dawn, which is my mum's name. So I'll get Dawn, Matt, Tara, Thomas, Denver, and then Steph. So that's my mum, my brother, my sister-in-law, my nephew, the dog, and then my name. So everyone in the family before I get my own name. When she goes on mother mode on me. Yeah.
You got it. Somebody has to.
Yeah. She does it with me as well, though. Although, to be fair, she will call me Stephanie more than I call her Jade.
Well, because that's funny, because it's like, oh, I'm calling you by your full government name.
Yeah, I can't.
Like, that's just your name.
Yeah, I can't extend her name. I say this to her all the time. I say it's really not fair that I can't extend your name.
You just call her by her username.
Jade Ray Reeds.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
I do with Jake, her partner, though. So I call him Jakob. His name is not Jacob. It's just Jake. But I call him Jakob.
I see, that's funny.
It's kind of stuck now. My mother does it all the time. My mum does it all the time, and I'm an only child. All of her sister's best friend, then baby me. He does call me Matt more than he calls me Steph, though, my dad. For sure.
Well, it's probably because you're always dressed up as me and in a wig. So that makes sense.
To the point, Jade also calls him Jakob now as well. It's stuck that hard. And nicknames are funny to me, though. My new nephew, Luca, was born in December, 4 days after my birthday. And for some reason, Tara, I totally just nearly called her Jade. Tara started calling him Mr. Luca for no good reason, and it stuck. So now I call him Mr. Luca, and Matt does, and Thomas has started saying it. So if Luca's crying, he just goes, Mr. Luca, there's no need to cry. And we're all just chuckling at the fact that he's calling him Mr. Luca.
It's cute because it sounds like you're like a customer service representative or something, like talking to a grown man, like, Mr. Luca, sir, please calm down.
Your milk is on its way.
Yeah, there's no need to raise your voice.
Oh no.
Well, you know what? That's actually, I'm like, calls me our dog's name. Okay, never mind. That took a turn. I was like, calling your sister by your dead name. I'm like, if more than she does for you, I'm like, okay, well, that's probably more memory than it is disrespectful. But calling you by your dog's name, that's disrespectful.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny actually. Weirdly enough, my dad did used to we've had previous dogs. So when I was born on our first dog's first birthday, Ben, and then I was supposed to be born like the 26th of November, and I ended up being 8 days late and born on the 4th of December on Ben's birthday. And the minute I was late, my dad was like, watch this kid be born on the dog's birthday.
Uh-huh.
And I was.
You
So
heard that? Challenge accepted.
So then we had Ben for like 12, 13 years. And then he passed away. And then the following year, we got Jussie, who was our next dog. They're all golden retrievers. We like our golden retrievers in the Barraclough household. So then I was being called Jussie for a long time. And then when Jussie passed away, 8 days later, we got Denver because my mum literally could not wait another second to get another dog. And now I'm Denver. So, yeah.
Oh, that's a cool name, though.
It is cool. Yeah, it's one of my mom's favorite places in the States. So she was like, yeah, we're going to call him Denver. So naturally, my dad calls him Denver, Colorado, Barraclough because that's his full name. Yeah.
Okay.
She had your TV on most of the afternoon. I have 2 chapters left of River Enchanted, hoping to finish it tonight. Have had you on TV most of the afternoon. Oh, I was struggling.
Okay. I thought you meant you've been watching TV all afternoon. I was like, fair.
Yeah, fair. I don't know if we will manage another sprint, to be honest. We were going to do one more, but I'm kind of enjoying the chatting, and it is now 5 to 11 for me.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to sit and chat for just a little bit longer and then bounce. I also love a nickname. My mum, again, has like a 4-letter name. She's Dawn because my nan and granddad hate short like nicknames, hate them. So they will never call me Steph or my brother Matt. We have to introduce ourselves on the phone as Stephanie or Matthew, or they go, who? And I'm like, Nan, it's Steph. Who? It's Stephanie. Oh, hi, love. For goodness sake. So my mum's Dawn. So my dad loves a good challenge and he calls her Day or Dawnsby in front of my nan. On purpose. The ironic thing is my dad's Philip, but she calls him Phil because he's never gone by Philip.
You'll see, I feel like that's whenever you have like a long name and it's shortened, it's like you can't call people by their legal name because, like, say for me, my name is Catherine, technically, but I've never, ever gone by that. My mom has never one day in my life. I don't think I've ever even heard her say the name Catherine. Ever. Like, genuinely. So my name legally is Catherine, but if somebody said that name, I would never turn my head because no one ever calls me that. So when people try to be like joking and say Catherine, it's not getting in because those are 2 separate people. Catherine and Katie, those don't even sound alike.
No. You're not a Catherine.
No.
You're a Katie for sure.
Yeah. With a K.
Yeah. Andy's the same though. So his mum and his sister call him Andrew and he hates it. And for the longest time, I called him Andrew just to piss him off because he's my best friend and that's what you do. So when we got together, he was like, you got to stop calling me Andrew. And I was like, why? And he was like, I can't stand it. I actually hate it when you call me that. I only put up with it because we were mates and I just can't deal with it anymore. If this is going to work, you can't call me that. And it took me so long to snap out of it. I couldn't stop it. Whenever I'd just be like, I just call him babe now so that I don't do it anymore. It's just babe, everything, babe. Because I otherwise Andrew will just slip out and he'll be like, I'm not fucking speaking to you. And I'm like, I'm sorry, it just slipped out. I'm sorry. If I get angry at something though, and I'm shouting at him about something, it will just come out. And then he gets annoyed and he's like, "Don't call me that." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, just because I'm annoyed."
Whenever I know somebody for so long as one name, if they have a reason for it, that's different. But when people just like are like, "Oh, I want you to call me this instead," and I'm like, then why for the last 4 years? Like, there's this one guy, and this is the only experience I've ever had with this where I'm like, no, no. Is this guy that I work with is so young. I think he just turned 21. And he is so like immature. Like he's so like broy and like he just like he thinks he's like so, Um, I've been calling him Stevie since he was like 17 years old. Now all of a sudden he told, not me, he never said this to me, but he's been telling all of the people at work that he wants to start going by Steve, which could not be a less appropriate name for this guy. Like he is just such like, I don't even know what the word to put for it. Like he's such like a frat bro and I'm like, no, you're Stevie and that fits you. That's who you are. Like I
Yeah.
don't Steve, you just became 75% less interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. My brother's Matt, and it's very rare I call him Matt. On occasion, Matthew might, again, if I'm annoyed with him about something, which is, again, very rare. We are the best of friends. We don't get annoyed with each other. On the odd occasion, Matthew will come out, but otherwise, he's been Bean, because that's what his mates at school called him, because he's a tall beanpole. Bean or Barra all his life.
Mhm.
Because again, he used to play football, so they used to you can't shout Barraclough across the field. That doesn't work. So Barra across the field or B. So I call him Barra or B, but he's saved as being in my phone. He's not even saved as Matt in my phone. But it's very rare I call him Matt. If I'm introducing him to people, I have to remember that his name is Matt, not Barra. That would be our family name. But again, Jade, I call her Ratbag. She is Jade in my phone, but after saying that, I'm Stephanie Barraclough in her phone, just in case she forgets my name. But her mum is also her mum's actual name, not mum in her phone, because she's a weirdo.
You see, something I think is funny is like that. What I should say about that dude, the Stevie or whatever, is that it's not like I'm like, no, you're not allowed to go by that name. It's like you know, when you look at somebody and you're like, this is a phase. This is a phase. Because he didn't say it to me. He never told me not to call him Stevie. He was telling all these other people, and they were like, oh, that he said he's going by like Steve now. And I was like, no, he is not. And then he kept like, he refers to himself in the third person because that's the kind of guy he is. Like he'll be walking by and like he'll drop something and he'll be like, you're fired, Stevie. Like that kind of thing. And I'm like, oh, it's Stevie. In my head, I didn't say it out loud, but I was like, he stopped telling people to call him Steve, even though they all started to. And he started referring to himself as Stevie again. And I was like, yeah, because you realized that's not you. That is like antithesis of you. No.
Yeah. I don't refer to myself in the third person, but I will have a word with myself on occasion. Like if I'm just like, get your shit together, Barra. Come on. I refer to myself as Barra because it's the family name, but I will say that to myself a lot. And Matt will sit there if we're sat at work together because my part-time job is working for my dad with my brother. So if we're sat in the office together and I'm like, for God's sake, Barra, come on, get your shit together. He's like, what have I done wrong? And I'm like, not you, me.
Well, I'm talking about the royal we.
Yeah. We need to get our shit together. Come on. Mr. Lucas sounds like Mr. Lucas from You're Being Served. Are you familiar with the show? I'm not. I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it in general. Hello, lovely Abby. How are you, my love? Abby works in my local Waterstones and she's an angel. Yeah. Cabin crew, one of the managers, and a couple pilots call me Elizabeth. I was wearing Annabelle name badge. Got called Elizabeth once because it sounded posh when working. How strange.
I remember that there was 7 Katies in my design class in high school. And there was this one girl, her last name was Griffin. And I was like, girl, you better sit down immediately. We are calling you Griffin. That's the end of it. That's the sickest last name I've ever heard. Are you joking? You're going to fight for Katie over Griffin?
No, I'd be the same. Oh, it's just Jess, or my mum calls me Jurassic Park.
That's
This is the best nickname I think I might have ever seen, honestly. And the fact that when you revealed this to us in a Patreon group like chat one night and you just changed your name. Jurassic Park. Sign me up. Sign me up. Never call my husband by his name, to the point that if I ever do, he's like, what did I do? I think mine will be the same.
Never. Not one day of my life.
Called by one of my friends because it took us almost the entire school to realize teacher had been my name Corinne as Corn.
You're not living that down. That's like there's a girl that I used to work with that her name's Abby, but she spells it ABE. And the people that I work with were like, no, that's Abe. They call her good old Abe. The whole thing, not Abe, good old Abe, you know? And I'm like, that's hilarious.
I would be the same. So that's why I use Tal, but that still gets mispronounced as tall, which is hilarious because I'm polar opposite of tall. I would immediately.
I've been saying Tal.
Tal, that's how I would say it, yeah.
She's like, it's actually pronounced Jakob. So
everyone gets their legal names except Dad because that's very special. I don't know. I just find it. I just think it's really, really funny that even her mum is like her entire first last name in the film. To me, I find that weird. My mum is Mama. My dad is Pops. My brother is Bean. And my sister-in-law is Tara, to be fair, because I don't have a nickname for her other than Jade, which would be confusing in my phone.
mm-hmm.
Jade is Jade. I haven't saved her as Ratbag because at the time she wasn't Ratbag when I first got her number, so she's just Jade.
You should just put an emoji of a rat and a bag and then let people be confused. They're like, oh, she must hate that person. Like when that pops up on the phone.
That's just my bag of rats friend in a trench coat. I think it's really funny though because
I want to see that Halloween costume now so bad.
It's really funny because Laura, the other best friend that also lives in Ipswich near Jade, she's got two sisters, one older than her that's the same age as me. She's the same age as my brother. And then one younger who's a year younger than her and my brother. And her older sister, for the longest time when we were kids, called me Fanny for the longest time. So she would send like cards to my house for birthdays and stuff addressed to Fanny Barraclough instead of my actual name. The postie used to get really confused and be like, I thought your name was Steph. Who is Fanny? And I'm like, same person. Don't ask questions. And I remember when I first told Jade this story and she was like, oh my God, that's priceless. So now she calls me Fanny. Not as regular as I call her Ratbag, but it turns out we're now Fanny Bag.
Fanny Bag. Oh my God, that's so cute. I love that.
Fanny Bag, yeah.
Destined.
Fanny Bag. Or Frat Bag as well. Frat Bag. Yeah.
I feel like you could literally have merch that it was just, I mean, I call it a fanny pack, but yeah. I know that there's like different names for it, but just like a fanny pack and then it just embroidered on it said fanny bag.
Or we've considered a rat on the fanny bag.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Rat bag. Rat bag. Like that's, oh my God, that would be iconic if like y'all had some sort of company and then it was kind of like Hugo Boss or something where it just like got really popular and just the name got popular and it was just like rat bag, like a rat bag on everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I am glad we didn't go with frat bag for the shop name though, and we went with Daisy and B. I feel like Daisy and B is better for us.
In the long run, especially if you're
Yeah.
trying to do your taxes.
I'm Abby all the time, unless I've rightly annoyed my mother, and then I'm Abigail. I'm glad you're Abby all the time because I call you Abby all the time, and I never checked with you.
You know what? Honestly, you said that, and in my head, I was like, "Oh, you call her Abby all the time," and then in my head, that's her full government name is Abby all the time.
Oh. Net. If you call me Lynn, I refuse to answer. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, see, that is funny. That is funny.
The mother said Dash isn't silent.
Ladasha.
Oh no. For what reason? Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? She probably mumbles them because she's like, she knows she's getting them wrong and she doesn't want you to notice.
Yeah. I cuss myself out his full name only with strict teacher voice. It's a real problem. Just couldn't imagine shouting at myself at home. For God's sake, Stephanie, sort your shit out. Just, I don't know. It doesn't have the same as. For God's sake, Barra, sort your shout. I feel like I sound like I'm really disappointed in myself and I've really got to sort myself out, you know?
Okay, Sophie, you're lucky that that nickname died when you got into your teenage years because you would have had a rough ride with that nickname.
Sofa. Couch. Oh dear. Oh my god, is that the latest rat bag? Obsessed.
That's the latest rat bag, yes.
Oh. But now you said it, I may change it to Abe.
Good old Abe.
Oh. I hate it when people call me Gavin or Gav.
Because it's
All right.
Gavin.
All right, Gavlar.
Gav Dasha. Gadashvin. Yeah.
Oh dear. Shall we bounce, my love? Yeah?
Yes. I need to go
Cool.
take some Advil. My head is hurting.
Oh dear. Right, thanks so much for hanging out with us this evening, my loves. Sorry we didn't do loads and loads of sprints, but we did hang out longer than I initially anticipated. We were chatting more though, and I had a great time. So
I mean, 5 hours. That's a lot.
yeah. Yeah. But I will be back with sprints tomorrow at 3 p.m. GMT. So be sure to hang out then. Katie, thank you so much for joining me, my love.
Thanks for inviting me.
Anytime. Fab. Right. I shall see you all tomorrow. Bye for now.